morning, everyone. Welcome to the Spring 2022 Student Innovation Project Showcase. I'm Dasri Valenzuela. I'm the Art Direction Professor at the University of Advancing Technology. Thank you for being here. Thank you to our staff, our faculty, our students, our peers, our community, and everyone joining us virtually. That's the power of tech that you can join us via Zoom. So a couple of things before we get started. We have 33 students presenting today in all of our different departments. We're going to have each student present, and after each student presents, there's a Q&A that is only for the subject matter experts. For those that are new to UAT, welcome to our new faculty members. Thank you for being here. Our Student Innovation Project is a great way for our students to showcase and pitch a tech-based product or service to their subject matter experts. These are the full-time faculty within their program. The students conceptualize an idea, present it to their SMEs for approval, and they execute an actual prototype. These projects are the culmination of many months of hard work, and I thank you to the SMEs for all of your dedication during this time. I do want to congratulate all the students for being here today. We do have them all throughout the day from 10 to about 4:30 because we have 33 students presenting, including our online students. So to all of our online students joining us via Zoom, welcome. We are here live in the theater, and it's a great time because the weather's beautiful still. So a couple other things for our new faculty members is the subject matter experts are the ones that guide each student on their project to ensure the viability of the project, that it also meets the innovation claim that is pitched. And that's what makes UAT so unique. Rather than just a final project, they actually have to innovate within their program. And that could mean something better, something faster, less expensive, more efficient, or a completely disruptive model to an antiquated marketplace. So that's why we're so excited about this, because it could potentially be something that students can launch after graduation. This means either patenting an idea, launching it in beta in the marketplace, so that way they can actually launch their own business eventually. And so we're very happy that we have our students here today, so that way they can present their projects. A couple of logistics, I would ask that everyone has their cell phone on silent, please, so that way we can ensure that there are no disruptions. We will have a morning break, an afternoon lunch, and an afternoon break, so that way we can ensure that we have break times throughout the day since it's a long day. And then also the subject matter experts are the only ones asking questions from the Q&A, just so that way we can ensure we meet the agenda because there's so many students presenting. However, if you do have questions from our students, you're more than happy to join us via Zoom in the chat. You can include your questions there, so that way the student can answer appropriately. We definitely want everybody to interact, and we want to encourage the students to complete their projects even post-graduation, which is exciting. Are there any questions before we get started? Okay, one other thing is we do award SIP awards for each showcase. We do have the SIP voting process. So Lindsay, would you mind explaining a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So at some point, once these are all done, you want to go to the URL listed up there. It'll ask you to type in a room name. The room name is SIP voting, all caps, and that when you log in, you'll see all the different SIP projects and the programs that it correlates with. So at the end of the day, you do get to go in and select which one you think should win Viewer's Choice Award. And then please only vote for one. Sometimes you'll select multiple ones and you have to just go with the first option. So when you guys are done with all the presentations today, jump on and vote.
And at the end of the SIP showcase, I'll invite everyone to join us at the semester award ceremony, which is held this Friday, April 29th at 10 a.m. via Zoom, which will award all the different recognitions for today's event. And so we'll have all the logistics towards the event, part of the event as well. So thank you again for everyone for being here, to President Castillo, to Dr. Bowman, the entire executive committee, our marketing team, our staff, our students, our ecosystem that makes this experience so wonderful. We will go ahead and begin our first presentation with digital video. This includes our presenter, Victoria Kogar, who is a digital video major for her project experience.
Would you rather watch a movie or experience a movie? I'm Victoria Kogar, and I'm a digital video major. Movies have always been a big part of my life, and I love watching different stories being told in different ways. I've always believed that the best kinds of stories are the ones that you can picture yourself in, where you can imagine yourself as a character in the story. But what if you didn't have to imagine it? Experience is a new movie style that allows viewers to step into the shoes of a character with point-of-view technology. point of view movies have been done before, but never in the way that Experience does it. Experience allows viewers to choose the point of view they'll watch the movie from. A selection screen with the optional character point of views will pop up before the movie begins. Once the viewer makes their selection, they experience the movie as seen through the character's eyes. However, unlike virtual reality technology, Experience doesn't allow viewers to choose what they see or interact with. Like regular movies, that power still lies in the hands of directors and cinematographers. The short film that you're about to watch has 2 characters in it, and you'll see both characters' point of views. We'll start with character 1's point of view.
Good luck.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have been paying attention. Are you going to the fountain?
Sorry. What fountain?
Oh, there's a fountain just up ahead. A lot of people go there to make wishes. I just assumed that's where you were headed. I just came from there.
Really? I had no idea. Do they come true?
Sorry?
The wishes. Do they come true?
Well, I certainly hope so. Otherwise, I just wasted a perfectly good penny. Well, if you decide to go, I hope your wish comes true.
Thanks. You too.
What would you wish for, if you don't mind?
Well, if I tell you, it won't come true, right? Isn't that what they say?
Yeah, I suppose so.
And now, character 2's point of view.
Good luck.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have been paying attention. Are you going to the fountain?
Sorry. What fountain?
Oh, there's a fountain just up ahead. A lot of people go there to make wishes. I just assumed that's where you're headed. I just came from there.
Really? I had no idea. Do they come true?
Sorry?
The wishes. Do they come true?
Well, I certainly hope so. Otherwise, I just wasted a perfectly good penny. Well, if you decide to, I hope your wish comes true.
Thanks. Yours too.
What would you wish for, if you don't mind?
Well, if I tell you, it won't come true, right? Isn't that what they say?
Yeah, I suppose so.
This is what I was able to do with Experience, but imagine what it could do in the future. What if when you went to watch a movie, you got to decide how you watched it? Do you want to be the villain or the hero? Or maybe you'll be both. The possibilities are limited only by the imagination of filmmakers. The question isn't what story we can tell, but whose. So, would you rather watch a movie or experience a movie?
Questions for Victoria? Any comments for Victoria?
Love the coin flunking in the seen Star Trek fan, and I've seen where they've done it in one show where they show one person's point of view and then another person's point of view. What makes your project innovative?
So, in terms of film, typically you will get one or two shots where there's like a point of view shot, and there have been films where it's just one character. But what I've done is I've allowed the audience to decide how they watch it, and they're kind of in control of what they're seeing to it.
So it's kind of that selection process. And then can they only select one character, or is it something where you can go back and do the other character?
Yeah, you can go back and watch the other one. That's why I showed both today. It'll depend on.
Victoria, I have a question for you. Do you foresee the movie industry to have more like an interactive experience where people in the audience can have more choices?
I definitely think that it should, especially because our attention spans continue to kind of shorten. So we need something to kind of keep the audience's attentive, especially as media progresses.
Any other questions or comments for Victoria? All right, thank you very much. Next, we have Helena Provovingham, and she's a digital video major.
My dad grew up in the 80s, so by proxy, I grew up on a lot of 80s films. Streaming wasn't a thing back in the early 2000s, so every movie I watched was either on DVD or VHS, and I know, old. I remember Blockbuster being a thing and how Netflix only mailed movies directly to your house. That being said, one of my father's favorite movies is Predator, and I found out you were either one or two kids. You either wanted to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, because I mean, like, look at that dude, or you wanted to have Predator's thermal vision, and I was the latter. My SIP is called Exploring Multispectral Videography. This project aims to introduce a new filming style that incorporates the use of multispectral light. Films, normally filmed in visible light, would then change depending on what light spectrum you were viewing it in, such as ultraviolet, infrared, thermal, etc. Multispectral light is purposely used to weave elements you normally wouldn't see in visual light within the story, plot, and cinematography. This project involves the technical fields of optical lenses, camera sensors, and light spectrums. This project was inspired by special effects makeup, mysteries and clues, nature documentaries, and photography. My innovation claim is, filming with different light spectrums in mind is a unique and new way for audiences to experience visual mediums. So here's a quick crash course on light spectrums to help you understand my SIP better. Here are the main three we'll be focusing on in the SIP: ultraviolet light, infrared, and visible light. Visible light is exactly what it sounds like. It's light that the naked human eye can see. Ultraviolet light comes from the sun and can't be seen by our eyes, but some insects/animals are able to. When recording UV on film, it can appear black and white or light versus dark colors, light colors being the most UV reflective/emitting, and darker colors being the most absorbent. Infrared light can be seen by infrared radiation, aka heat. Infrared/thermal captured on film usually appears in vivid colors, from rainbow to purple to teals. Any color can represent a certain temperature to capture stunning images and videos. Now onto a short multispectral montage from footage I've captured. This is to show how normal footage appears in different light spectrums. In the second half, I will show you some examples of how to purposely use light spectrums when shooting for a film.
Memories fade and I try to hold on when I don't know where I belong no more. The sound of your voice was my home, but these walls, they can't heal you no more, no more. Searching high and low.
Here is an example of a scene where you can use multispectral light. Two friends are meeting up. One of them notices that something is wrong with the other.
Visibly, they seem fine, but under a UV/IR light spectrum, you can see that they are no longer themselves and are indeed an alien.
Hey Helena, how you doing?
Hello, Lucas.
Recently you've been acting strange. Is something wrong?
Strange? What do you mean?
I don't know, I can't really put my finger on it. You've just been acting like not yourself.
There's nothing wrong with me.
Okay then.
When filming, you can hide things in visible light that wouldn't be seen but can be seen in IR/UV. The second scene is a POV shot of someone waking up possessed. Imagine you are waking up from a strange dream. You feel weird, but you look fine, but something's off. There are strange markings on your body that give the audience hints that maybe you aren't yourself.
What a great morning to wake up. Kind of felt funny last night. Don't know what that was about. Time to get ready for the day. What a great morning to wake up. Kind of felt funny last night. Don't know what that was about. Time to get ready for the day.
Here is the third scene that showcases multispectral videography. This is how a scene would look like when filmed at night. Visible light would be limited to things that produce light, such as fires, the moon, stars, electrical and gas devices, etc. Infrared would be limited to things that produce heat, so even if there was no light in the scene, you would still be able to see temperatures. Ultraviolet would not be visible since the sun isn't there to produce UV rays. Here, I am showing a candle at my Laotian shrine. The point of the scene is to show how you can get creative when filming at night. So why use multispectral videography, you ask? It's quite simple, really. Why did Buster Keaton do his stunts for real? Why does Quentin Tarantino, Steven Spielberg, or Paul Thomas Anderson still shoot on film? Because this is art, and this is how we choose to express ourselves, and these are the stories we want to tell. My hope is to introduce this new filming style to encourage others to be creative and use multispectral light in a way that helps them think differently when shooting videos, and for audiences to think about how we view the visible world and how it can change the way we consume media. Thank you everyone for your time.
Questions or comments for Helena? Professor Creighton?
So for the UV, what pigments did you use to do the makeup for the UV that weren't visible in the visible spectrum?
So usually you can use any type of UV protective sunscreen, spray on. Usually the higher the SPF, the darker it looks. So you can actually play around with that. And like also over time, it slowly fades away. You can also play around with that.
Cool. And then so the other thing too, with UV, you had it with black and white, but really if you're doing black and white, you're only looking at one frequency. You can do color with UV the same as you do the infrared with the thermal imaging, and just the colors would relate to the different pigments or the different frequencies absorbed by the pigments. Flowers have a UV component so that bees who see the UV can actually make out things that we can't see for flowers and things. So that's one thing. And the other thing too, UV doesn't all come from the sun. You can have like black lights or UV active fluorescent lights actually create UV light, and then that gets converted to visible with the pigment inside the bulb. So it's not really just from the sun.
The question in the back?
I was gonna ask the same
Oh.
question about the UV makeup and that, and so yeah, I thought that was really nice to touch because it was just with black and white, and then you just
Professor Francisco?
Thought you did a great job of articulating how this all comes together for you in the end. You said it's all about creating art. I thought that was very well done. To bring it all together for the audience, which is not an easy thing to do. Well done.
Dr. Martin?
Was Predator your biggest reference point for the spectrum light?
No, actually, there's many. I love using Sicario. They use FLIR cameras as like a military grade thing, and that was also a huge inspiration because they actually got like permission from the government to use those cameras. So I thought it was very cool, and I wanted to tie that into my.
Aline, I have a question for you. Have you explored how this would impact somebody that's colorblind?
No, I've never thought about that, but that's something we could explore more, especially like because this is a new film side for me as well as like the industry. So I really would like to explore that more.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much, Alina. So that concludes our digital video section of our SIP showcase. Thank you, ladies, for starting off the show. Next, we move on to ACS and AI, Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence. We have our double major, Joe, joining us for the underground.
Does this look like you? Stuck trying to find a show tonight? Too many bands to choose from? Don't know where the venues are? What if the solution to your problems was in the palm of your hand? Well, look no further. Introducing The Underground.
Hi there, it's Joe here, and I'm going to talk to you today about The Underground. Now, The Underground is an app I created for music lovers that allows them to find their new favorite bands and the venues to see them at. In addition, it's all conveniently packaged in an app for Android and iOS. But before we get too much into it, I'm going to talk to you about how I got started on this project. So, The Underground is a bit of a passion project for me. Ever since I was 12 years old and got my first bass guitar, I've been a very active member of the music community. I've played in bands, promoted bands, took pictures of bands, and even recorded bands. But no matter what, the most important thing is going to see their shows live. And no matter what, I always get the same feedback, and it's just hard for people to find shows that entertain them, especially giving them nowadays with social media. You can open it any given day and find event after event after event with typically bands you've never even heard of, and most people just don't have the time to go through and listen to every single one. So what I wanted to do was take the hard part out of that and make it a lot easier using computer AI. You just pick bands that you like, and then you get recommended new bands based off of those. It really just takes a lot of the hassle out of the whole process. So when creating The Underground, obviously I had a prototype stage, and it ranged anywhere from too simplified to way too complex. What we're going to see coming up here is a quick walkthrough of the current work in progress. So when you first open up the app, you're going to be greeted by the account screen. It has your basic email, password, sign up. It's going to have general settings as well as a host of your likes and dislikes. So let's go to the home screen where you can see a featured event and the featured bands brought to you by the recommendation system. So say you like this band, click on it. It'll give you a link to their music to listen to, as well as you saw, a few of the events that they have coming up. So if we go back here, we'll click on the event. You'll be able to see the venue this time, as long as the shows. You can plan your whole weekend around it. Another feature is the map. This is going to have a list of the venues around you. It'll show your location, which just isn't in the app because the emulator doesn't accept it, but it is in the actual app. Click on it, see the venue, see the shows. Otherwise, here's the favorite system. You go through there, right now you can see there's a band TV Tragedy is already liked, which kind of governed the recommendations from before. Otherwise, you can like and dislike different bands. You'll be able to search. Like for example, you can see if there's any lame bands around you. Didn't return anything, so it looks like there's no lame band. Look at that. Otherwise, you can switch the slider over to the venue side, and same thing. You can like, you can dislike, and basically search for venues that way. So that's pretty much the app there. Nice and simple, easy to use, and a lot more coming. Alright, so now we can get into more of the technical side of things. We're going to start with the recommendation system. It's coded entirely in Python using a form of collaborative filtering, which if you're unfamiliar, it takes users with similar likes and dislikes and pairs them together for their suggestions. If you ever shopped on Amazon and you get recommended a product that you never even heard of, it's because of a similar system to this where they just kind of take similar users and recommend things based off of that. I chose this method because it's quick, clean, and it allows smooth transitions between pairs. And for the front end / user experience side of things, I decided to go with React Native. Now I chose React Native because of its unique code once approach to creating apps. Basically what that means is you program your entire app once and it will work with both Android and iOS. So not only does this save a ton of time with your development because you're not learning two different ways to program the same app, but it makes it a lot easier and a lot smoother. In addition, thanks to companies like Instagram, Facebook, and Spotify using React Native for their apps, there's a ton of support online for anybody to get started. So that concludes my presentation for today. If anybody has any questions, let me know. I would love to answer them. Otherwise, the link on the screen is how you can follow my progress with this app. Thank you.
Outstanding, absolutely loved it. My question will be, are you planning in the future to have maybe some sponsored bands or some sponsored venues that may show up more often than the organic ones if they pay you?
I'm personally against that sort of thing. I'd rather be more organic, like from user perspective. I don't want to take payment to push something ahead of the crowd. And it's not something you might even like in the first place. That's it.
Excellent.
Professor Prater?
So you don't want to follow the Ticketmaster.
Yeah.
So my question is, how is the current population of venues and bands created? Is it hard coded in? And then in the future, how are you going to do that? Because hopefully it'll get so big that you won't be able to just hard code it in.
Yeah, so actually that's what I'm currently working on in the app, is because it is all hard coded right now, just so I can get like a working, viable demo for everybody. But what I eventually want to do is have a separate sign-on for the venues and bands. And they'll upload their own pictures to the template that I have created. So that way they're going to take advantage, or they're going to take control of their own advertising basically at that point. Because I can't do it all myself. That'd be way too many. Even just with what I had shown, the amount of shows is way out of my scope. So
What could be a good idea, I know, and this is a little bit afield, but not too far. Actually, you could design an API and give it to the venues so they just fill it in. When they're doing something else, the API will read it and then it'll automatically interact with your code. So that might be something you might want to think about, is designing a venue-based API so that no one has to do it.
I actually really wanted to do an API, but I actually talked with a couple of venues and they actually just don't update their stuff enough for it to, like they have 4 different people doing it at this point. So as much as I'd like it, I don't know if I could do it for every venue. So I'll have it separate. I could probably do both.
Yeah.
And for the more active venues, like the marquee, that's their whole business is shows.
Yeah.
They could probably do that, no problem.
Yeah, or just find that hook. Find out where they're typing it for something else and see if you can scam off that one. You know, I mean, just somebody, if there's any sort of or something like that, or if they have like a booking system for booking bands, you know, behind the scenes, and see if you can get your claws into that and use that to generate the API.
We have a question from Jill online.
Okay.
Joe, a fantastic project. I've been working on you since with this project since COVID, and I know COVID kind of drove you to it because you could go to all of these concerts that you'd love to go to. The one thing that I like best about this project is the mix of AI, mobile app, and a true need for music lovers. My question would be, are you going to consider having people able to read reviews of the venues and of the band? There's a rating system, but how about reviews?
That's not something I've actually thought about really. I could add it in, but I just don't know how much that would add to the experience for other people because it might persuade them one way or the other, like rating system. Like if everybody sees this is a 5-star rated venue, they might be more geared towards selecting that one versus like a 1-star that they actually really enjoy. But it's something I definitely had to.
Okay. And maps and location perimeters. You had at one point talked about having a circle, say 60 miles from my home, and then bringing only up venues that week for that radius. Are you still considering going with a system like that?
Yes, that's actually something probably pretty far in the future for me right now. Keeping it localized allows me to actually kind of get a better hold of it, at least in this stage of the project. To be able to have it in other states and stuff, that's when I'd have to get like the APIs that we're talking about, where more band management involved in it. And then I'd have to set parameters based off of people's locations. But that it's something I want to do still, yes.
Okay. Fantastic project. Very impressed with how you progressed on this, and congratulations.
What's the plan for these? There isn't one. It's just me working on it, and I thought it would be actually a lot easier, which was my mistake. But I'm trying to find some people now just to kind of help me work through some of the more difficult areas, and it's taking a lot of time right now. So no expected release date. That's why it's going to have the progress website as it goes. Hopefully soon. The plan is either to like work with one of the companies out there that puts music out. Like there's Bandcamp or there's even Spotify, because similar recommendation systems I feel like could pair well with them. But in the meantime, just as soon as I get it.
I do have a comment for you, Joe. My daughter and my son were actually comparing Amazon Music and Spotify over the weekend because they were determining which one was the better service. We literally compared the app to app, and it was interesting how the features were very similar. You mentioned that you wanted to keep it local, but that would be local per city, right?
Per person.
Okay.
Because right now I have it as like a 30-mile radius based off of where the user location is.
So it is local based on the user that's using the app itself. Now, let's say that you do continue with this project. Do you want it to maintain more like a local vibe to it in comparison to like a Spotify and Amazon Music?
I would like to, just because there's enough resources out there for like the major label bands or mainstream artists and stuff like that, which Spotify and Amazon works with. But I'm not opposed to it. It's still music for everybody, and I wouldn't mind either way, working with more of the broader approach to it as well.
I mean, you may even consider like crowdfunding, because I think a lot of music lovers would probably support something like this because it's an alternative to the Bezos, Amazon, and those much larger apps where sometimes they get focused on the A-list celebrities rather than the ones that are up and coming that are really talented. So that's something you may want to explore.
Yeah, that probably help get it off the ground a little bit faster.
Those same people that support you would advocate for you and help promote the app as well. Any other comments, questions? Thank you very much, Joe. Well done. Okay, thank you very much, Joe. Next, we have Zachary Driscoll. Now, Zachary is a game programming major. However, he pitched his idea to the SMEs and AI ACS. That's the beauty about our student innovation project, is that typically the students would pitch their project to their professors within their department. However, we allow the flexibility for them to align their project to the subject matter experts within any department. So Zachary, your game programming major, and your project is the minifig bin.
Hi, Billy Mays here. Wait, that's not the line? Oh, right, my bad. Sorry about that. Don't worry, we can edit it in post. Hi, Zach Driscoll here. Are you tired of trying to remember which LEGO minifigures you have in your collection? Or maybe you just want to flex on your LEGO collecting friends by showing them just how many minifigs you've got. Well, look no further Then the minifig bin, a mobile app that lets you keep track of your personal Lego minifigure collection while providing some neat facts about each minifigure. And the best part is, it's free. So don't wait, download it now. Okay, in all seriousness, this is a project very near and dear to my heart, as I'm a huge Lego fan. So when I saw apps like the Funko Pop mobile app that lets you view and keep track of your pop figure collection, I thought, why not do the same thing, but with Lego minifigures? And so the idea for the minifig bin was born. An easy-to-use app where you can have access to your entire Lego minifig collection right on your phone, which makes this a great app for any and all Lego fans to use. I wanted to build this project in a way that made it easy for people to use, and I didn't want it to be limited to just Android or iPhone. This led me to using React Native Expo. By using this programming language and platform, I've been able to build this project in a way that works for both Android and iPhone without having to rework or remake any of my code. Sure, there are other similar apps out there, but they all either focus only on the different sets or the collectible minifigure series. I feel that both of these options are too limited. I mean, why focus on just one theme? Or only on the sets themselves when, let's face it, there are plenty of times where we like the minifigs more than the builds they come with. This is why I wanted to create the minifig bin, to provide a wider range of collection options with popular Lego themes like Ninjago, Star Wars, and Harry Potter. As you can see here, each theme provides many different minifigures, as well as multiple variations of each character. Each minifigure variant provides interesting and useful information, such as how many are in your collection, with the ability to add or subtract from it, what year they came out in, and what sets they're included in. If we say, look at the Star Wars theme, we can see some of the different characters as well as some of their minifigure variants. There's plenty to explore within the minifig bin, and if you check it out for yourself, you might learn something new. I know I did. I'd like to now take this time to give credit to Brickset.com for all of the character images shown in this project, and of course to LEGO themselves for creating this wonderful product that we all know and love. I'd also like to thank my friend Hannah and my brother Ian for helping and inspiring this project. Thank you very much, and have yourselves a fantastic day.
Questions for Zachary?
Everybody loves these, including me. And once you start collecting them, you kind of want more, and you get into things like trading, buying, and selling. And there's a lot of market apps already for that, like eBay. But have you thought about in the future, maybe not making this into a market app that you buy and sell on, but one that maybe supports that? So maybe some notes on it that might say something like the condition of the item that you have, and also maybe your thoughts on it, like, you know, maybe market favorites, keep, or time to go.
I'll admit that hasn't really been something I've thought of, but I don't think I would like to really include that very much in this project, as I want this to focus solely on just, this is what you got, enjoy keeping track of and flexing on your friends for how many you've got. Because there are plenty of other platforms out there for avid Lego fans who do want to like buy, sell, trade, and collect all those. Whereas this, I just wanted to make it to where, hey, this is what you got. This is great.
We have a question from Jill.
Okay. Zachary, great presentation. And I really like the idea that you're doing an inventory control system here. There are many, many ways you could expand this. I am curious which way you would go. Would you go to another Lego product, or would you go outside to a different product base altogether that is a minifigure?
So when doing my research, I found there were lots of similar apps that do focus on, like, say, the Lego sets in particular. But I wanted to keep this limited to just minifigures. One extra feature that I had considered that I would have liked to do in the prototype but wasn't able to was a feature to where the user can upload their own custom minifigures, because that's part of the fun of Lego is building. And so why not take your minifigures that you got, mix and match them, and put them on the app itself? That is definitely something I would like to do in the future, but didn't get the chance to do.
Thank you very much. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Professor Valentin?
I was going to ask about the customization as well, but also are you considering the ability to import your own images as opposed to like the stock images of these minifigs, the actual one that you have? I don't know if grading is a big deal.
At least when it came to the custom minifigs, I definitely thought about uploading the images. However, just for like the standard ones that already come in the sets, I was thinking of just using the stock images, since I figured overall the quality might end up being better than what some people could take on their own phones. Like, I know the camera on my phone's not the best, so I thought maybe just having these nice stock images would kind of do a good job of showcasing them. But I don't think I'd be opposed to the idea of anyone wanting to upload their own images.
Have you thought about any kind of like social element? Maybe not for buying and selling, but you keep saying how you want to like show off to your friends and stuff. Maybe you can have like a friends list system, and they can like go in and look at your collection per se, something like that.
I hadn't considered that, but I do think that would be a very fun feature. It'd also just be a good excuse to keep in touch with certain friends of yours who are Lego collectors and be like, hey, look at this cool thing that I got. So I think that's definitely something that would be worth adding to the project.
Awesome job.
Thank you.
Professor Prater?
Good job. Real quick, so to kind of, okay. So how many different figures is there on the app currently?
So currently I have 3 different themes. Let's see, for the Star Wars and Harry Potter themes, I have, I believe, 6 characters with 3 variations each. And then I believe there's 8 or 9 for the Ninjago theme with 2 variations of each.
Okay, so roughly 60-ish.
I believe so, yes.
Different variations. One thing as well, and it's only going to grow because you're only doing 3 themes now, and they've got a bunch more, right?
Exactly.
They've got hundreds of different variations of Lego figures. One thing you might want to do is, and then this is kind of backing up on the picture idea, is have an auto identification where you upload a picture and then it tries to identify what figure that is, so you're not picking and choosing, because right now it's 1 in 60. But when you get into the hundreds, you don't want to be picking and choosing, okay, is this one this? Then is it this and this?
Yeah.
But rather to have an identification.
Yeah, I definitely would like to optimize how I have the minifigures in there right now, because they are all hard-coded. I did definitely play around with the idea of like maybe trying to use an API or some sort of database to try and kind of autofill this and make it just an easier process for implementing new figures too, because I mean, Lego's not going away anytime soon. And if I continue this project, which I would like to, it's going to take a long time to just implement all the new ones that as they come out. So I'd definitely like to try and do something along those lines to improve it.
Professor Anderson?
I have a question.
We have a question here from Professor Anderson, and then we'll jump over to Zoom.
I would, do you mean like just outside of Lego? I would like to keep it just with Lego, as personally, that's my fandom. I can definitely understand people wanting to have like other brands and companies, but I don't think I would like to expand past Lego for that.
Question via Zoom?
My question is, can you design a game for this app that you could use any of the characters you've uploaded?
I mean, I guess I hadn't considered that. I don't think I would like to pursue that avenue with this. I think that would just mainly be beyond my scope, as I want to try and keep this limited to pretty much what you saw in the video.
Yeah, that was great work.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Zachary?
I think that creator's idea was like uploading images to your app and kind of making the process easier. Would it, because currently we kind of have like a plus and minus side for how many images you have. And how about instead of that, you can upload the pictures to like prove that you actually have the item, right? Because it's like you want to flex on other people, you got to prove that you actually have it. Because otherwise, someone can go and just like, I have that. So is that happening?
That is a very valid thought, and I guess going along that, I would consider doing the upload images for proof. But yeah, that's a good thought.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Zachary. Well done. Next, we have a series of online student presenters. The beauty of our online modality is that it's fully remote and students can still participate in the SIP showcase process as well as the presentations. So next we have Joshua Button, who is an ACS major for his project Kitchen to Pan.
Hello, my name is Joshua Button. My major is Advanced Computer Science. This is the problem I am trying to solve. Do you ever look in your kitchen cupboard or refrigerator and wonder what you could make for breakfast, a snack, or supper? If you're anything like me or my family, that answer is yes. I'm here to tell you that I have developed an app to help with that very problem, to help you take that food you already have, to help you create something with it. I've started creating this app with the user in mind, trying to help anyone, including myself, come up with meals to cook rather than searching every app out there to try to find something to eat. I've used the most used search engine today, Google. It states that 59% of the world uses Google as their search engine of choice. To make my app as simple as possible, I just use text boxes to my app, trying to make it user-friendly. I'm creating an app that will hopefully solve the rubbing of the head and would solve what should we have for supper. My app is called Kitchen to Pan. Why, you may ask? Because all you will need to do is take the food from your kitchen into the pan. It will go. I am offering a solution to help families around any time of the day, whether it be breakfast, lunch, snack, and dinner. The problem I hope to solve will be to take the hassle out of trying to figure out what you want to make with the food you already have in your home. I want to take that pain off your shoulders and have you rely on my app for the problem, to help you come up with something to cook with that you have on hand. My Kitchen to Pan app, the advantage is to helping you come up with meal plans with what you have, rather than giving you meals that you might have to leave the house for. Kitchen to Pan is for anyone that can cook. My app is different because it is not a cooking app, but rather to help you solve what other apps can't. To take that food you already have and to help you come up with meal ideas with that food, rather than having you spend more time and money on food you don't need, and to help the forgotten food in your home live its sole purpose, and that's to feed you and your family. I want to embrace that there are hard days. You don't have to come home to another, especially when you just are tired and hungry. Let my app help you in the kitchen by having you start with a box of anything, such as noodles. Simply just scan the barcode and let the app do the work. Or type the item name and see what it comes up with. Or just take what is already on the app. Have fun. Thank you. Hello. And this is how you're going to use Kitchen to Pan. If you find something in your cupboard or refrigerator that you would like to use, say noodles, or you just want to look up something really quick, you can just type in quick meals. and then hits the search button just like you would in Google, and then you will get recipes on how you'd end up cooking it, or really anything. If you don't want to use that, if you want to use one of the meal ideas, you can just do cheeseburger, hit search again, and then you will get burger ideas on everything that the internet has to offer. If you wanted to save a certain burger, say that cheeseburger, you can do it in your saved recipes. So cheeseburger, you can just do add, and your cheeseburger will be added. If you no longer want that cheeseburger on your saved recipes, highlight it, remove it, and it's gone. If there's something you don't want to type in, you can just hit the start button here next to URL link. It'll start your front-facing camera, and then you just scan the barcode, let the AI do the work. All right. You will highlight it, paste it in the URL, and you can search that said item. And then you will have whatever the item is. If you want meals to the item, you can just go meals, search, and then it'll bring you up to certain meals that you could create with those potatoes. I have instant potatoes, it's just what I had on hand. So thank you. That's how you use the kitchen to pan. There are also B-side instructions that will update if anything shall change with the app. Thank you.
Are there any comments for Joshua Button? Professor Anderson?
I absolutely love this. Inventory. At a time when somebody has big chunks not left, keep track of the things and all of that. So did I see correctly that you can actually subtract the things as well from the inventory?
I'm not sure if
Or is that something
that was included.
It looked like it, as long as you had an ingredients list or you had a recipe, you could take it out up there.
Just confirming, great product. Thank you.
Absolutely great, innovative idea. This is a great example of being clever, not complex. Very, very useful. While this would be useful to everyone, what would be probably the target audience that you think would use it the most?
I don't believe Joshua is joining us live today.
Well, it goes to you then.
We use it the most now. So I guess people that like take the time to do inventory and utilize the application for it. Actually, it wouldn't be me.
Thank you.
So I was a little confused. So what is the target audience, right? Is this necessarily for like family members or like single individuals who don't necessarily know how to like cook with everything they had, right? Is this more for like, I don't know, I imagine this could be useful for like a college student, like they just have a whole bunch of random stuff they have in their fridge or closet, right? But they don't know how to cook, so like, is this an app for them to find recipes to use and stuff, or is this more for like families to cook large meals with?
Josh didn't have a specific demographic aimed at it. It was more for anybody that wanted to utilize the ability to do so. So whether it was single or family oriented, it made no difference. It comes down to your organization setup. It's similar to how any application works and that kind of stuff. But yeah, we didn't talk about specific demographics. We were more worried about just getting it finished.
That's fair. I've already seen apps that allow you to take a picture of what's in your fridge and then it comes up with ideas of what you cook that way. How is it better?
Well, for Josh's project specifically, it does the inventory portions of it. What you're talking about is typically like a rudimentary, it'll scan like the barcode and it'll give you just like general Google-based recipes. This one allows you to do that, but also you can create your own and put it into there. So it doesn't just take a snapshot of what you have. You can update, upload, and adjust it as you need to. So it's a little more interactive than just a blanket kind of like show off, if that makes sense.
And something that's interesting, since you're able to scan the UPC code, I'd imagine it'll also archive what ingredients are in that product. Let's just say it's, I don't know, a dressing. So that way you can also substitute things out, because that's really important when you're cooking. Sometimes you're out of one ingredient, but you can use a substitute that would balance it out. So that's something that I noticed about this project. That's
in future iterations, you'd like it to be more intuitive. I mean, it's very, it's fit, so it's MVP. But he wanted it to be a lot more interactive, because the prior art was just that. There's other applications out there that you can take inventory, or you can scan things, get Google searches. You can even ask Alexa to crappy recipe ideas. But this was more interactive, so that way you could put your own in there too. You didn't just have to necessarily go with whatever the internet told you.
We have a question from Jill.
okay.
I thought Joshua did a good job. One of the questions I had is, how scalable is the barcode? If you go in the grocery store, there are probably a million different barcodes in there. And I didn't know how scalable, or how you would go about making that scalable. And my second question was, is there a maximum number of ingredients, or can I put in 25 and it'll come up with a recipe that uses 7 of them? Or is there a limit on how many ingredients that I can put in?
That's a fair question. I don't know the answer to some of those, because I never saw it stress tested. So I don't know if there was a threshold that he got to where it would break. And as far as UPC code, it's probably just whatever is available. I mean, I would assume that's, I don't know, honestly.
That's great.
As far as scalability, it's as scalable as Google allows, because it did a Google search. So it's essentially infinitely scalable, just from this demonstration. I can answer the second part, but from the first part, I
and he mentioned that in his demonstration, how when it takes you to a Google search, you essentially have those as results.
So it's scalable.
Okay, that concludes Joshua Button, ACS online student. Next, we have Gabriel Maralunda, who's also an ACS online student.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Maralanda. If you're watching this, I want you to ask yourself, what do I know about diabetes? And do I know enough to help someone or myself during an emergency? If you're like many people, you would either say you know the basics or perhaps a little bit more, but are lacking in the department when it comes to being able to help someone in need as it pertains to diabetes. Luckily, DiabEducate is here to help. Its sole purpose is to offer critical information on what to do during a diabetic emergency. You never know when you might need it. Additionally, it can also be used as a resource for learning more about diabetes. This software application is being developed in Unity, which is mainly used for game development. All scripts or code have been written in Visual Studio. First things first, of course, DiabEducate should be handled with care, and it must be noted that it is not intended to offer medical advice, but rather be used strictly in an informational manner. As with all medical emergencies, all should be handled by calling 911 beforehand. At this point, DiabEducate may offer knowledge that could potentially be beneficial to the person in need prior to medical assistance. Now, how exactly will DiabEducate be of any assistance during an emergency? Once the application has been opened, we can see right at the top, Diabetic Emergency. Once clicked, the user will answer a questionnaire, which will then offer some suggestions. As we can see here, there are 3 questions the user will need to answer. There are 2 types of questions in this survey. The first 2 questions contain radio buttons, which means only one answer can be selected at a time. This falls under the first if statement. If the toggle group is not equal to null or is a radio button, the code following will be implemented. The second type of question allows for multiple selections. The second else if statement deals with these types. The program will see that the toggle group is null and the input field or text entry section is null as well. So from here, it will allow the selection of multiple choices. Once completed, you can review your entry. From here, it will then offer some guidance on what to do to make the person in need more comfortable or even reach a safer physical state. As mentioned before, this app will provide more than critical information during a critical time. It will also offer an educational aspect, which is fundamental because as time progresses, more and more people are being diagnosed with diabetes. The World Health Organization states that from 1980 to 2014, the number of people with diabetes has increased from 108 million to 422 million. They also note in 2019, diabetes was the 9th leading cause of death. If we look here, we see some information pertaining to types of diabetes and some facts about them. Last but not least, the app will also offer resources that will allow those who are interested to learn more. Once clicked, it will automatically navigate the user to these websites where they can attain more knowledge on diabetes. If you were to look for applications with similar functionalities, you would be left finding technology that is used for monitoring diabetes. There is one app with similar functionalities that contains a lot of bells and whistles, but my application will offer a simplified user experience due to the nature of these emergencies. Sometimes there is no time to try and figure out how an app works, so it is important to offer a quick and easy experience. DiabEducate is targeted for anyone and everyone, because if more people are informed and aware of what to look for, those requiring assistance during a diabetic emergency will be better off. Thank you for taking the time and watching this video.
I don't believe Gabriel is joining us online. However, are there any comments for Gabriel for the second tip?
I've got a comment that if I had questions, everyone that I came up with, you actually answered in the video. This is a great example of a student making a very useful app that will make a difference in the community.
I think this is an awesome project, especially with how prevalent diabetes is, which is kind of what he was talking about. I was wondering though, with the symptoms, when you pull out the symptoms, kind of what the purpose of that was. That's, because most of the treatments are kind of the same, no matter what symptoms you're experiencing. It just depends on whether you're high or low in blood sugar. So I'm just kind of curious as to what the purpose of listing your symptoms was.
Maybe that's early detection as well. Sometimes you may not know. Maybe you're just not feeling well and you just think, oh, maybe I'm just have a 24-hour flu or whatnot. So I think that with anything, early detection is really important. In fact, when I saw this video, it's something that even younger, target audiences would benefit from, because then it'll allow the child to educate themselves at a younger age. So that way they make it a lifelong decision to watch their sugar intake. I was part of a VR development where we simulated a diabetic body, where you actually have these orbs and you go into the body and you see the blood sugar levels go up and low. And it was simulated in VR for a younger demographic, because we wanted to instill the dangers of continuing the bad behavior. So I think with this, it'd be really nice to have the app towards a younger demographic so kids can make that choice early and just make it a lifelong decision.
Well, and I'm sure there's additional, it's better to have more symptoms to choose from than less. That way they don't get the wrong recommendation. Because one of those single toggles could change what you do. It could be that you give them sugar, that you give them insulin, that you don't do anything. And one of those single things, or like the combination, could adjust exactly like the recommendation is to do in that situation. So the exact sequence of how he programmed it, I have no idea. But I'm sure there's a rationale, or like there's a functionality that's gonna like cater to go one of those avenues. Because you're right, there's not that many different ways to go, but just like a choose your own adventure, you better choose correctly.
Professor Prater?
I'm guessing it's for triage, because it's not just treatment for giving them sugar or whatever, but also taking them to the hospital or something like that, where it's a fallout from the diabetes, not the specific sugar itself. So for that, it's probably a triage to say, hey, we got to take this to the hospital, or hey, you got to.
Big difference between cold sweats and coma.
Yeah, exactly. Or stroke or anything like that.
Especially that it's being pitched as more of like an education tool rather than like, oh, this is what you need to do for treatment right now, right here, right now.
And just like anything, the earlier the education, the better the results. Any other comments for Gabriel?
We have a comment from Jill online.
Okay.
My comment was about the fact that he mentioned Unity, and he mentioned that Unity is often used for games. And I was going to bring up the idea of gamification. And gamification is where we take something where we want to educate someone like this does, and we make it into a game so that you can play it and learn at the same time. And I was going to suggest that he make this into a gamification of the diabetes learning to make the learning even more fun.
Thank you, Dr. Coddington. Any other comments for Gabriel? All right, thank you very much. Next, we have our last online ACS student, Aaron Sweet, with his project Sage Stock Dashboard.
Hi, welcome to my presentation on Sage, a dashboard for stock data analysis. The target audience for this app is primarily new investors. It could be beneficial for someone who doesn't know anything about stocks and is looking for a resource to learn. Ideally, seasoned investors could also find some value in the data visualization side, though that's not the intent. When considering a platform to research stocks these days, you have quite a few options. There are some great free resources available, but one of the problems that I found was that quite a few of these are actually locked behind freemium models where unless you pay a monthly subscription fee, you are essentially left to your own devices, which can be difficult for a beginner. So that and a few other things inspired me to build this. This is a data analysis app that is built using the Dash framework in Python. Dash is a popular framework for data analysis and visualization, similar to what you see here. Helping new investors is the main focus, and I think part of that comes from showing the data visually. One of the things that I noticed on Yahoo Finance here and many similar websites is they show things in paragraph form and it's very dry. You don't know what these things are. You'd have to go do your own independent research instead of having it all aggregated in the same spot. If you take a look at the screenshot of my app in action, you'll see that I have a similar setup with the metrics on the left-hand side. But the key difference is that if you mouse over the metric, you have a short definition that simply explains it to you, and you can also click on it and it's a hyperlink to a more in-depth explanation. In terms of competitors for stock learning apps, I think the best one I found was probably Robinhood Learn. They have a bunch of great resources and good visuals. The problem I have with Robinhood is that people would probably start here and then end up using the platform. And Robinhood has been in all sorts of legal trouble in the last couple of years for volatility and locking their users out of making trades. They actually settled a $65 million lawsuit over this in 2020. Thank you very much for watching my presentation on Sage, the first stepping stone to financial.
Are there any comments for Aaron Sweet?
Definitely a very useful app. I do a lot of trading myself, and if it's free, you don't really get any features that are intuitive and helpful. But if you pay the monthly fee, then you get all those nice features. So it's nice to see an app like this to show you those features. And I know we can't really ask a question here, but I would love to see a crypto version of this as well in the future. Great job.
When you do your own investing, like you use Ameritrade or some other organization like that, they provide you with these visualization tools essentially to monitor and assess your own investment. So I'm wondering how this differs from that. What's the value proposition? I don't think an answer. It seems like
Unfortunately, Aaron's not joining us live this morning.
I think
Comment?
just kind of speaking on that, I don't invest much at all, but from like talking to friends and like colleagues, I know nowadays like the individual like consumer investor is kind of being like the big thing with Robinhood, Coinbase, and all these kind of apps that the individual can go in and make their own account so you can skip going to the big guys.
Mhm.
And kind of just take it upon yourself. With that carries a lot more risk, of course, but with tools like this, that kind of lessens that risk.
Any other comments for Aaron? Okay. So this concludes the first half of our Student Innovation Project Showcase. We'll now go on break until 11:30, and then we'll continue with our cyber majors. Enjoy your break, and we'll see you in a bit.
I was thinking the same thing. Fidelity has all of them. Yeah. The stock shows you the 52-week for the 5 year, 3 year, all that, and it's graphs.
Yeah, they're fairly.
Because they have to. Yeah.
I think Jake's comment was the Reddit documentation. I think that was.
But if you go to one of those organizations,
I don't remember, yeah, I can't answer that, but I think that's. Basically, the actually. Build your own way on this.
is he proposing to call me trace?
I don't.
That would be really.
Well, I think I go their own way in terms of like getting their own. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
I think that there's a lot.
Yeah, it was a little too brief.
Yeah, right. So videos can capture all of the attention.
You really need online people to be here, because there's a lot of
Yeah.
questions.
Well, it would be convenient, but we can't do that. They've already completed the program.
Oh, wow.
So their time is. Yeah, they. The timing. This. They've already moved on. Yeah. Those students already completed this several years back. They moved on. The current ones, I think they're getting this done.
Or even just like, why are you even finding them like that? With the dependency injection.
We're testing their
Subject
subject.
is and they'll get it by, hey, this is what I am. So that when you need it, the manager knows. That's the manager.
Testing their subject. Mercy of his needs.
Maybe. So that dependency. Yeah, well, perhaps. But I see like, somewhere. Like, oh my goodness. It works. So I'm sure some of those people are out there. Yeah. I still can figure out what it was. Yeah.
I know, you know what, Blake was like 5. He still remembers things I read. Yeah. I'm like,
But at the same time, right, like if it works, it works. It was a game. Something's just how was I half hour or something?
It's another.
Well, I was like,
Right. But I do think something.
It's a rave. Really smooth. Really nice control.
I think it's called board. It's online class. There's so
Just to like jump, it's like 30 nested ifs. And it's making all of these decisions. Everybody looks at the code. You could fix that. Just switch it. Just do this one first, and you don't have to do those 30 ifs. Just put a return after this one, and you don't have to do all. And it's showing all these basic coding stuff. It's so much easier to read. But at the same time, raved about it, how well it works, how functional it is, how much people enjoy the way that it plays, the way that it plays. It's so funny to see that.
Well, I think
You have no idea how to code. It's like a great person. A great.
Yeah, that's one of the nice things. Yeah. We got just so 5 minutes. I'll say like in general, flow today is great. Flyers, I love actually the notes. There's a lot of little stuff. You learn a lot of stuff.
Yeah. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, wanted to up the ante just a little, but the balloon make it a little more festive.
You're doing a great job up here.
Oh, thank you.
Just wear your hat and your boots. But
I was gonna wear my full mariachi outfit today. It needs to be very clear what the not just so that that they identify. This is this. Oh, there is. So many people can say, oh, you're not doing it. Oh, walnuts for natural. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Or even like in the standard, the date of purchase versus the expiration date. Yeah. It'll tell me beep, 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 throw out the old coffee beans you have in there. Oh, no, I was all over that way.
So many people were using boundaries.
And also this is and this is all they could put themselves. There's some college students that want to learn how to cook. There's, you know, some parents, moms, families.
That because it's required.
Also, sometimes you can make something because you're like, oh, I have an ingredient, and then finally, when you go to the back and you find it, you're like, dang it, I could use that when I make a taco.
The drawer fills up, the door fills up.
And also recommendations and even like the back of my kids that whatever's pushed all the way to the back of the fridge is way colder. So don't put the cheese back there or anything like that. It's just juice because it'll like pump up because it's so cold in the back. So you want to push in like juices and milks and eggs and they're just like, oh. About 6 industry professionals. And essentially they asked me to pick out 3 or 4 projects to strictly just have an idea of like what we do. My curiosity is why not just doing this, right? Just doing this, ask the questions, but it's something like which is just select, you know, 3 or 4 projects with me to see kind of basically just gives us feedback. You have a really good idea. This is our feedback on like the viability of this. And the ones that I select is
And she said this at first, and she said, once I thought about it, she said, I just like, I put that in. She said, no. But as a community, that's the thing is when you have such things right, you're going to have to embrace the opportunity to leverage that, create your person, because what is it you say about me? And help you bring it to us. She was able to get this. It's the biggest thing for you. And essentially, they just were curious about what your inspiration was and what do you want to do with it, because what they will do is connected with anybody that could take you. It's just the last one was because I know there's a lot of startup ecosystem in the valley, and there's different ones, but this is oh, okay. Yeah, so and the reason why doesn't do them to come is because it's for 10. So then they can say, okay, the 3 or 4 because we only have about an hour to the time, rather than the 10 people. So I got so Jake is going to do it, Richard, Amina, and Jake. And Emily is but she's going to do it. Yes, absolutely. It'll be tomorrow. It'll be on Wednesday, 2:30. Yeah, I mean, it's all approved free. So I'm not talking about me. Yes. Maybe I can just mark this and I can just consider it. So that way she can feel more confident. Oh, goodness. It looks like you're and I wanted to find out still because it's like on this video, Richard's
Yeah, right.
So I just want to get a little bit of a representation from multiple vendors, but my because if you have that video, you probably exactly. Oh yeah, and that's only for I watch no TV. Also,
I just realized. Um,
Oh, the one online student, Matthew Quinn, he's actually going to physically be here. So he's like out there like for, I believe he's not until like 1 o'clock, but
okay.
he's
Oh, nice.
he's like, "Can I physically come?"
Yeah, of course.
you can.
Hey.
So that's cool. Yeah.
Who is that that's going to physically be there?
The person that's going to be here is Matthew Quinn.
Okay, cool.
I got a little bit of that.
Hello.
Hi, Derek. We'll give everybody just one more minute.
When I was in charge of decorating for Pacific Fair, I put caution tape around a part of the commons to block it off for people, and it wound up looking like a big mess. I was going to say, I did it once.
All other respect.
Yes. Yes. Well, we actually banned balloons after I did it because we had these picture single balloons that were like the spacing was bad, so it just got in the way of your building look across the room. The way that I so I'm not.
You did the best with what you had.
Yes. Actually, if I can get my hands on that.
Yes. There's so much that we haven't yet.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Spring 2022 Student Innovation Project Showcase. We just concluded our digital video, artificial intelligence and computer science presentation. So now we will continue with cyber, but before we get started, just want to remind everyone that you can vote for Viewer's Choice Award via Socrative. You just need to go to the login enter the room name SIP voting, so that way you can enter your favorite presentation for today. However, I do recommend that you wait to see all of the presentations, so that way you can pick your favorite for SIP Viewer's Choice Award. We'll also present this again multiple times throughout the day, so that way you can pick your winner. So now that we've concluded AI, ACS, and digital video, we'll continue with network security, network engineering, and tech forensics. So next up, we have Zachary Brown, who is a network security and game art and animation major.
Hello, my name is Zachary Brown, and I am double majoring in both network security and game art and animation. And the name of my SIP is Browser Check. My inspiration for this project was wanting to create a guide to having better internet browser privacy and security for people who are interested in internet privacy and security, but don't necessarily know where to start, which leads me to my innovation claim that this project is innovative because it streamlines the process of browser hardening for casual users who are interested in internet privacy and security. Now, here is my prototype. As you can see, it is split off into 3 primary sections. The first section I will go over is what browser should I use? From here, I have a list of all of these different browsers, and for each of them, I go over some of their pros, some of their cons, as well as some of their use cases as to why you would even use one of these browsers to begin with. The next section is Firefox settings. Now, for each subsection is a subsection in Firefox settings itself if you have the browser. So you should be able to go through this and be able to change browser settings in order to help make your browser more private and secure, as well as, depending on some of the recommendations it goes over in the settings, be able to tailor your browser based off of your own personal use case that you want for Firefox. Lastly, we have browser security and privacy tips, where here goes over several different points of browser privacy and security, such as going over different kinds of browser use cases that you may want, as well as what the difference between browser privacy and security even is to begin with, as well as going some of these other sections that people may have heard about, but they don't necessarily know what they do fully. So then an explanation is given. Well, I hope you enjoyed, and have a good one.
Questions for Zachary? Professor?
Yeah, good job. I didn't see Safari on your browser. All of Macintosh is really kind. Yeah, they need that too. That's the only thing that's
Professor Prater?
So, 2 quick questions. First of all, for your browsers, the options, obviously Safari is missing. So first of all, there's Internet Explorer and Edge on there. Internet Explorer isn't even supported. I don't even know if you can load in Internet Explorer anymore.
Yeah.
So you probably want to get rid of that and maybe replace it with Safari. The other thing about it is, how did you choose which browsers to list on that list? And how did you pick the order? Because you had Edge at the top, so maybe it's a Microsoft thing that was pushing that. So that's the first question. And then the second question, is there anything dynamic on your website, or is everything static? Meaning, you go to the informational browser or whatever, an information service. Is any of that information that dynamic or changing, or is all of it static?
Okay, so for the first question, I didn't have any specific order in which I layered it, but in terms of Internet Explorer, I did go over what you had mentioned, how, yeah, it's not even supported anymore, but of course, that's really not going to be great for security, where you really should pick something else, where the original idea, this was intended more for Windows users, so that's part of why I left out Safari, and also just picked more of the popular browsers, since there are some other different variations or forks on Firefox, such as WaterFox and some other stuff like that, but I didn't think they really needed to mention. Most people don't care about some of the primary ones.
Okay. And then the dynamic versus static information.
Yes, I definitely wanted to have that more big thing in terms of dynamic information, as stuff is always changing and there's always updates where I wasn't fully able to do what my initial thoughts were in terms of the prototype. So yeah, I then just turned it into an informational type.
So it's all static. But what you could do to address the dynamic is even have it list, what websites to go to find more information or something. So then you get some of that dynamic component.
Any other questions or comments for Zachary?
I'll jump in. Hold on, let me get myself linked up here. So for me, Zachary is an interesting case. We've got a NetSec student who's doing game art that chose to do a SIP that had programming in it. And so that's quite a variety of skill sets. I'll just kind of ask, what made you, both from a project standpoint, but also from the standpoint of just your career, pick the combinations that you did?
Yeah, so at this point, in regards to career, I'm definitely leaning more towards going into network security, where with that, the initial idea was to create an automated program that changes the Firefox settings for you, or at least notifies you, hey, this doesn't look super private or secure, you might want to change this or that. However, that really isn't within my skills to do so. So I turned it more to this informational thing where I was able to use a bit more graphic design stuff, but I didn't have too much time to fully flesh out the UI.
Any other comments or questions for Zachary? All right, thank you very much, Zachary. Well done. Okay, next up, we have Tate Gentry, who is a network security major for his project Facial Recognition Gun Safe.
Hello everyone, my name is Tate Gentry, and today I'll be showcasing my facial recognition gun safe, or FaceLock for short. When I sat down to think of what I wanted to do for my SIP project, it was very hard in the beginning. It felt as though everything I had thought of had already been created. I wanted to create something that was not only new, but also something I could apply to my own life. After reading an article in early 2021, I knew what I wanted to make. The article was about the pandemic and the link to higher gun sales and more time spent at home being a large factor in the increase of accidental gun deaths by kids. The article reported that accidental gunshot deaths by children handling a gun jumped 31% during the start of COVID-19 compared to a year earlier. As a father, this really made me sad, and as a gun owner, this made me want to figure out a way to prevent this sort of thing from occurring. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that gun owners don't want to store their primary firearm in a safe due to not having quick access to the firearm. This is when I decided to contact my friend who had experience using Raspberry Pi devices with object and facial recognition software. With his assistance, he provided me with GitHub links to resources I could use, such as OpenCV and TensorFlow. Upon looking further into these projects, I realized just how easy it would be to create my very own quick access gun safe. Now I want you to know what I'm about to show you is far off from a real world product, but what I've created is one of the first working applications of a facial recognition gun safe. So without further ado, let's take a look at what I have sitting in front of me. Okay, so what we have here is we have a Raspberry Pi with a maker hat. We have a battery holder with three 2500 milliamp hour 3.7 volt 18650 batteries, and that is connected to the solenoid door lock here, as well as the 5-volt optocoupler relay module, as well as the Raspberry Pi camera. Okay, so we are now on my Raspberry Pi device. I'm first going to go through a couple of these scripts I have on here just to sort of display what they are, what they do, how they work. So this is the very first script I used. Basically, all it does is it uses the OpenCV to detect a face. So that was the very first thing I wanted to do, was to be able to recognize a facial profile. I'll show you how it works here. So we're going to CD into our face recognition, and we are going to use Python to run the face_rec.py. Now when I launch this up, it'll start the video stream. As you can see, is recognizing my face. That's because I already have a facial profile set up, but if I didn't have the facial profile set up, it would simply just display a box around my face, and it would say unknown. Okay, so the second script we are going to take a look at is the faceshot.py. Now, what this script does is it captures photos and saves them to the dataset folder, which is here. As you can see, I already have my dataset set up, but just for reference, I will show you. And basically, this brings up the camera function again. Now, if I wanted to add another facial profile, all I would have to do is look at the camera and press the space bar. And as you can see here, a new image was written to my dataset folder. There we go. Okay, and onto the okay, so this script I don't really need to show since it's already been done. this basically will, when you run it, it will train the model for the data set that we have. Now this script does play into the final script, which is the face lock script. So this is set up to go through it here. Starts up the video stream. It will scan for the face. If a recommended, let's get down there. If a recognized face is displayed, it will unlock the door. If a face is not detected that's in the data set, it will stay locked. And if we go down here, I have it set to unlock for 5 seconds. I think that's more than enough time. And then after 5 seconds, if it does not recognize a face on the screen, it will lock again. So let's go ahead and just run this here. Okay. So now I will try to display this the best I possibly can. Okay, here we have the solenoid door lock, and I'll get it closer to my microphone here. Now when it recognizes my face, heard that clicking sound, that is the door lock here unlocking. As you can see, it went back into place because it had been 5 seconds. Thank you so much for taking the time to view my SIP project. If you have any additional questions, you can feel free to direct message me on Instagram, or you can use the contact form on my website. Thank you so much.
Tate is joining us online via Zoom. I believe Professor Aaron Jones has a question for Tate.
Hey, just wanted to say thank you for all the effort that you put into this. It's fantastic. And in addition to that, did you have an opportunity to look at any of the AWS or other cloud-based methods for facial recognition? And would you say that it would be more beneficial to try to move some of the technology that you're using in-house up into the cloud? Or do you think that that would be less reliable because of, if they lose internet access, they would have to use some kind of manual method for opening the safe?
Yeah, so I wanted to create, I wanted to be able to originally have the safe, hardwired to an outlet. So I didn't really want to have to rely on the cloud for anything. When I built this, I wanted it to be a standalone object. Originally, that could have been placed inside of the safe, and then replace the battery holder with an outlet converter. That's what I originally wanted to have, so I didn't really even think about incorporating it into the cloud, but that is a pretty good idea.
Any other questions or comments for Tate? Professor Prater?
For your training set, it said you had 10 pictures. 10 pictures seems a little small for a training set. Do you have any problems with changing the angle and having it not identify you? I found that usually a training set is like 80 pictures instead of 10. So did you see any weirdness because you're only using 10?
So I tried to take a picture from every angle of my face, and I ended up with 10 pictures. I mean, if I were to actually apply this to, a real safe, I would use a larger data set just for easier recognition. Yeah.
Any other questions for Tate? All right, thank you very much, Tate. Well done. Okay, next up, we have Mohammed Harani, who's a network security major, for his SIP title, Simple Clam AV iOS Built-in Scanner.
Raise your hand if you currently have an antivirus installed on one of your personal devices. Did you know there are 560,000 new pieces of malware detected each day? Fortunately, anti-malware programs detect 350,000 computer viruses each day. Hello, my name is Mohamed Harani, and today I am introducing a prototype of a new product called Simple Clam AV iOS built-in scanner. Clam AV basically stands for Clam Antivirus. I'll now describe the technical fields and the background information of the project. So this project primarily involves the technical fields of programming and network security, and also the project was inspired by my interest in learning new ways to defend against malicious hackers and my interest in antivirus software and the features that they already have to offer, which are computer virus removal tools, email protection, firewall, etc. I also enjoy Apple products, which is why I'm also creating an iOS app as well. In terms of the project description, I would basically be building a web app or API that would accept a file and then scan it against another open source antivirus product called ClamAV. I would then build an iOS app that allows the user to scan files by sending them to the website that I built and would return either the value 1, which means that there is malware, or 0, which is good, or no malware. I will also send the file over a post request as well. This would then become a potential iOS app, or at least a prototype of the actual app itself. My innovation claim is that this project is innovative since it features both a web component and iOS app and will have another open source antivirus called ClamAV integrated into the app itself. Simple ClamAV iOS built-in scanner will be targeted at those who want to protect their devices against malware and need an already built-in antivirus to help assist with this, which is open source. This product is also targeted at those who want a simple method of protecting their iOS device. It will at first only be distributed to beta testers, but then eventually be distributed to the public for $10 as a one-time fee, making it easier for those who cannot afford a complicated antivirus. In terms of prior art, some of the other antiviruses that are already out there include Norton, McAfee, and Avast, although one of the main differences is that Simple ClamAV iOS built-in scanner only has a one-time fee associated with it, whereas the other ones have a monthly or yearly subscription fee associated with them. I created my student innovation project by using a prototyping tool called Proto.io to create a model of what the app would look like. I then created two buttons. One to learn more about the purpose of the open source antivirus that I used to create my unique project on the web, and one button in order to upload a certain file and then produce the desired outcome. Although one of the buttons does not fully function and produces an error, which is the upload button on the Proto.io player, I do plan on getting it to work sometime soon in the near future. The button does still, however, allow a file to be selected from the device. This is a software-based product, so there is no hardware involved. Without further delay, I would now like to get started on demonstrating the prototype. Right here is the logo. Right here is the welcome to, and then the name of the prototype. Right here is my background color, which is green. Right here is the progress bar that I put. And then right here is the welcome to, and then a short description of what each of the buttons does. When I click on the learn more about ClamAV iOS built-in scanner online, you can see it takes you to a web page in which you can learn more about what Clam Antivirus is. And then, when I click on Upload New File button, although this button does not fully function, the part that does function is when I click on Choose File, that part functions. Although when I click on the upload, this part does not function, although I plan on getting it working in the near future. I now challenge each one of you to explore the benefits of an antivirus as well as test any free version of an antivirus that is out there for public use. As Kevin Metnick once said, for the average home user, antivirus software is a must. Thank you for your time, and are there any questions before I conclude?
questions for Mohammed? Go ahead.
I have a question. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I love the idea of this being open source. I think that's all great and all, but with an antivirus, don't you have to be careful a little bit about hackers getting into that open source software and trying to like undo what you did and try to break down that security?
That's an excellent question. You do, but yeah, I can see your point there. I'll speak about that.
Just like an extra firewall.
An extra firewall might be good, yeah. I haven't thought about that aspect in my research.
But yeah, open source is awesome. I definitely love that idea.
Yeah, thank you.
Professor Aaron Jones just asked via Zoom what was the question. The question was, since this is open source, how do you intend to mitigate hackers entering and undoing what has been put in place? And so an extra firewall was the recommendation. Any other questions, Professor Prater?
First of all, to address your question, actually, open source projects have to be more bulletproof. So that's part of being an open source, is that you have to be ready for everything. And so that actually makes it a more robust project. But when I worked for American Express, we transferred from a big monolithic closed source for our software, for our code base, to an open source because that it had much more protection.
Those security systems are kind of hard.
That they have to be. Otherwise, it won't exist. So exactly, because anyone can, they're able to wall it off better. So, but my question to you then is, what did you use to develop it? Did you use Swift to make an iOS?
No, I didn't use Swift. I didn't make it a real iOS app, but I did use the further iOS tool like I mentioned earlier.
Okay, because Swift it's tough to work with.
Yeah.
It's a pain. I've done twice as many Google apps as Swift just because the Android is so much easier to work with than Swift. So it'll be tough.
Any other comments or questions for Mohammed? All right, thank you very much, Mohammed. Well done. Okay, next we have Alan Wheelock, who's a tech forensics major with his project, the Enigma Drive.
Hello everyone, my name is Alan Wheelock. I am a technology forensics major here at UAT, and my project is called the Enigma Drive. This project was inspired by Aaron Jones in one of the classes I took with him here at UAT. In that class we talked a bit about steganography, and that was something that really interested me, and together we came up with the idea for the Enigma Drive. In addition to steganography, this project revolves around security and some Python scripting. So what exactly is the Enigma Drive? Well, this project aims to create a secure and hidden way to transfer data between two or more people and keep that data secure. How we're going to do this is using Puppy Linux to hold files that we want to transfer. Puppy Linux is just an operating system that runs completely off of a flash drive, so it only uses the volatile resources from your computer, which would be the processor and the RAM. And within that operating system, there's a Python script that is in there that's going to generate one-time pads for us, and then we're going to use those one-time pads to password protect files, and then on top of that, all these files will be encrypted. And for the innovation claim, this project is innovative because it utilizes an operating system hosted solely on a flash drive, which makes it practically untraceable. And the whole idea here is to create a way to transfer data at the hardware level, keeping it more low-tech, but still using steganography and security tools to make sure that it's hidden and secure from any wandering eyes. The target market for this project is anyone that has any really sensitive data that they want to make sure is hidden and secure. It's not going to be like the fastest way to transfer data, but it'll definitely be a secure one. And with that, here's an example of my prototype. Alright, so the first thing you're going to do is put your flash drive in the USB port there, and then we need to boot to the drive. Alright, and then now that we've gotten through that part of the boot, it's going to prompt for a password, which I previously set on the drive, so we want to make sure it's password protected. So I'm going to go ahead and type in that password now. And then After we put the password in, it's going to finish booting into the operating system. All right, and now that we're in Puppy, I'm going to explain kind of how this works. So first things first, we're going to open up a terminal here, and then we're going to navigate to our directory. So we ls. You'll see that it's not showing. It's because I have it hidden currently. So if we do ls-al, it'll show us all the files. And then in here, you'll see OTP SIP. That's what we're looking for. So we'll do a cd OTP SIP in quotes, and that'll open it. And OTP is going to be our Python script. So if I navigate to this other window, this is the Python script. It's just an OTP, which is one-time pad generator, so it just creates one-time pads. And then we go back into here. We'll go ahead and do Python OTP, and that'll open up our one-time pad program in Python. And this is also going to be password protected, so we can make sure that even if you manage to get into the operating system and find this, you won't be able to use it without the password. So then it gives us 5 options. So first thing we're going to do is generate a one-time pad, which is going to be option 1. We'll just generate one pad for now, and we'll do the maximum message length is 10 characters just for this testing purpose. And then next thing we're going to do is encrypt a message, which is option 2. And then we get to choose the file name of the one-time pad that we're going to use, which is going to be otp0.txt. So that's the default. So that'll be the one-time pad we just created, and then the message we'll just do test. And we gotta save it to enc. I'll do 0, so it matches our one-time pad there. And then if we flip to this other page, you'll see we've created this as our one-time pad. Here's that. Close out of that, and then we open up our encrypted file. So that's going to be our message, but it'll be encrypted with that one-time pad that we created. Go back to this window, and we'll choose decrypt message, so option 3, and we'll decrypt with one-time pad 0, so it's the same one, and enc 0, and then it shows us right there that our message is test, which is what we put in. And then we have the option to also delete all the one-time pad files. So once we've used them for their one time, we choose option 5, go ahead and delete them, which will prompt for the password again. And then the system is secure. So now we know that all the one-time pads are gone, and we can prove that by going here and seeing that they're no longer here. It'll keep this encrypted file, so this message will still be here, even though we can't decrypt it now because that one-time pad is gone. So that's just an encrypted file. And with that, I'd like to thank you all for your time and open up the floor for any questions.
Any questions for Ellen? Professor Prater?
Real quick, and I noticed this on one of the previous ones too. You have a space in your file. Why do you use a space when you could instead do it in camel case or use an underscore instead? Because when you have a space, then you got to add quotes on, or single quotes on either side. What's the advantage to using a space versus the disadvantages of it having extra keystrokes and being ambiguous?
I honestly didn't really think about that much. Now that you're bringing it up, that's a good point. Using any kind of space is probably not a great idea when you're trying to navigate operating systems like that. Using with different scripts and codes and things. So in further iterations, this prototype will probably change that to discourage the use of spaces, and adding extra quotes just makes everything a little bit more complicated. So that's a good point.
Thank you. Perfect.
Any other comments, questions?
Yeah, so at the top of your video, you mentioned steganography.
Yes.
I'm not sure everybody would understand what that is. Would you be able to just give a brief description of that and show us how steganography plays a role?
Yeah, so steganography is a term that's used for hiding things. So the whole idea is to use this Puppy Linux operating system to just hide the whole thing in general. So if you were to say go to one of the school computers and completely shut it down and boot to this thumb drive, do what you needed to do on there, shut it down, pull the thumb drive out, and boot the computer back up, there'd be no way for you to ever tell if that thumb drive is there. So the whole idea with steganography is to make sure that it's completely hidden and only the people that know about it know that it's in
use. So that way that anyone else that's using those computers will have no idea that it was ever used for that device.
Thank you for clarifying that. Any other comments, questions for Alan? All right, thank you very much, Alan. Great job. So we'll now take a lunch break from now on until 12:40. We will continue with our cyber presentations when we come back. Don't forget to keep your notes on the SIP Viewers Choice Award. You can go to soccertip.com, enter the room name SIP voting. We'll come back at 12:40 and continue with cyber.
That was a Wonderstiller. I know what it's quiet, but you know, I can't deal with silence.
All right, I think we're Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Student Innovation Project Showcase for Spring 2022. Thank you for joining us today. A couple of reminders is we are voting for our viewers' choice. So please make sure that you are jotting down your favorite presenter till the end of the showcase. So that way you can go to soccertip.com, enter the room name SIP voting. So that way you can identify the SIP Viewers' Choice Award for the day. Again, a friendly reminder to please make sure your cell phones are on silent so that way we can have our presenters focus. And the questions are for the subject matter experts, which are the professors within their major and all professors at UAT. And thank you to everyone that's joining us virtually via Zoom. We will continue our cyber presentations with network security, network engineering, and tech forensics. So next up, we have Tyler Higgins, who is an online student. And just a reminder that our online students are fully remote. We definitely welcome them to join us here in the theater and or via Zoom. However, not all online students are joining us live. We do have a few that will be joining us so that way they'll be able to answer questions. Otherwise, we can just simply share comments. So we'll go ahead and get started with Tyler Higgins, who's a network security major for his SIP title, The Cyber Vault.
Hello, my name is Tyler Higgins. Today, I would like to offer you a solution to all your complex password needs. Are you tired of trying to remember a long, complex password? Do you write down your complex passwords? If so, the Cyber Vault may be the answer to a problem you may not even know you have. The Cyber Vault is a secure password manager that never requires you to provide a password. How does it do this, you may be asking? Glad you asked. It uses RSA key pairs to keep all of your sensitive data safe. Unlike traditional password managers that require you to create a complex password, isn't that why you're using a password manager in the first place? The Cyber Vault uses a unique RSA key pair to lock and unlock your password data. When you create an account in the Cyber Vault system, a unique RSA key pair is generated, and the only thing stored in the system is the public key used to secure your data. You are also required to set up multi-factor authentication using Google Authenticator. This adds an extra layer of security, keeping your data safe, and it also prevents someone without your key and code from backing up your personal data. Then, once your account has been created, you can use the Cyber Vault to store, create, and check your password. You may be asking, what do I mean by check your password? Again, glad you asked. The Cyber Vault includes a way to check one or more of your passwords against the largest database of passwords that have been recovered from a data breach. If your password is found, the system will highlight it, and you can export a CSV Excel file to make it even easier to go back and update your password. Let's walk through creating a new account on the Cyber Vault. We're going to get started by clicking on New Account. Here we will enter in a username and we're going to click on Setup 2FA. So this is required for all accounts. All you need to do is scan the QR code with a Google Authenticator app, enter in the code that is provided in the Authenticator app, click on Verify Code. As long as you typed in the correct code, you will get the Create Account button. Click on that, and now it asks you to save your private key, which is needed for unlocking everything. You can give it whatever name you want to give it, and save it wherever you'd like to keep it safe. And next is creating your actual Vault database itself. And we're going to go ahead and get into it. Once we get in, we have this is the first locked version of your database. We're going to click on Unlock. And this is going to show you the buttons that are available. To get a new entry in, we're going to click on Enable Entry. And we're going to give it a name. We'll call it Facebook. Type in the URL. Give it a username. And we're going to type in a weak password right now to show you some features later. We click on the Add Entry button, and then we click on Submit to add it into our database. Next, we're going to do another one. We're going to do MySpace. Give us the URL, a username, and this time we're going to use the Generate Password button to create a secure password. So here you can choose from a simple small password of 1 up to 128 characters. It defaults to 11, as well as just all lowercase. For this one, we're going to go ahead and check all of the options. So this is uppercase and lowercase, 0 through 9 numbers, and all special characters. And we'll go ahead and change it to a 21 character. Click on Generate. This is the password we're given, and we can hit Copy Password. When you hit Copy Password, it puts it straight into your password field. Go ahead and close this, click on Add Entry, and then Submit. Now you can see we have two options here. You can double click on these to see the password itself. And so we're going to use the Check Password feature, which brings up a new screen. This is used to check against the Have I Been Pwned database, which is one of the largest databases of breached passwords in existence. You can either check a single password, or you can load your vault. Click on the first option, and we're going to hold down the Control key to select both of them, and we're going to check vault passwords. Here you can see it's color-coded. Green means safe. Orange means it's been seen more than 100 times in a breach. If you want, you can click the Export Found Password buttons to export a CSV file. But as you can see, this is the full features of the password vault. Go and close that, and you can click Lock Vault to close out your session. Thank you, and enjoy. I hope you enjoyed the demo. Sure, there are other password managers on the market, like LastPass, Bitwarden, 1Password, and many others. However, each one of those password managers requires you to create a master password to keep all of your data safe and secure. This is a problem because a lot of people may provide a simple, easy-to-remember password, thus making their vault less secure. CyberVault still uses a password, but the user will never know what that password is, and the only way to get the readable version of that password is with the private key. I hope you've enjoyed my project, and I hope you enjoy never having to remember a password again. Thank you for your interest in the CyberVault RS.
Hello, Tyler. Welcome.
Hello.
Are there any questions or comments for Tyler?
I do.
Professor Jones?
Hey, Tyler.
Hey, how's it going?
Let me ask you something. When you are using the key pair to secure the database, are you encrypting the database using the key pair, or are you just using it as essentially a super long password to unlock it?
So there is a password actually gets created that is used to encrypt the database itself. The RSA key is used to encrypt the password that is actually.
Okay. Awesome.
I had originally thought about using the RSA key to encrypt the actual file, but I was running into challenges with encrypting large amounts of data with RSA keys, which is one thing RSA is not great at doing. So I use AES encryption for the actual password that is used to encrypt the vault file.
Okay. I think I remember you and I working on that, correct? Trying to encrypt a large amount of files. And yeah. Okay. Very cool. Thank you very much. This is great. I really enjoyed this one.
Thanks.
Any other comments or questions for Tyler? Yes?
User might never know the password, but what happens if a hacker finds out the password?
Did you hear that, Tyler?
I did not.
I said the user might not know the password, but what if a hacker finds out the password?
So the password that is used, if I understand your question, the password that's used for the vault is completely randomly generated, and it's if I remember correctly, I set it to over 30 characters. It's always plausible that a hacker could guess that password, but I intentionally selected a large randomly generated password for that reason to prevent it. And one thing I do plan on implementing is a revolving password for the vault. That way, every 30 days or so, that password is always updated. The user never knows it, but the system itself is updated to have a different password.
Wow, Tyler, that's pretty cool. Every 30 days it updates.
That's the plan. It's not something I have implemented just yet, but that is kind of where I want to take this after the stage I'm at.
Any other comments or questions for Tyler? Thank you very much, Tyler.
Thank you.
Tyler, you've got a question in the text chat. You can just answer it either live or via text. It's up to you.
Yes, thank you. I just noticed that one.
Okay, next we have Kyle Kraft, who's also an online student in network security with his project SOP On-Screen Assistant.
Greetings and welcome to my presentation for my Student Innovation Project. My name is Kyle Kraft and I will be presenting on the SOP On-Screen Assistant. Training people to work on new IT equipment can be a giant undertaking. This applies to almost everyone that needs to be brought up to speed on it. From seasoned IT staff to the greenest of new hires, this process can bog down workflow and bring production to a screeching halt. Engineers are just expected to deal with this excessive workload as they contend with their normal duties, as well as attempting to teach others on how to properly follow the SOPs that have been created for the new equipment. This brings me to the point of what my innovation is. With my project, an SOP can be generated and given to new staff to learn on production equipment without the need of hand-holding from staff that is likely already at capacity. Businesses and other organizations can use this to help configure new equipment for deployment while simultaneously training staff on the new equipment. And this doesn't have to be relegated to just Palo Alto equipment once I've completed this. Here we have a mock-up of a Palo Alto dashboard of how the program might be presented. The user could be given a set of instructions located in the lower right-hand corner, while it simultaneously lights up the screen of where it needs. Additionally, if the user finds any vocabulary terms, those too could be opened. The idea is not super complex. With the use of a program, likely written either Python or Ansible, the user can then be given a set of instructions that will guide them through the process needed to be completed. While going through these steps to complete the given task, keywords could be highlighted and they can be clicked on so that the user can learn more about the what and why. Here we have a pop-up containing a vocabulary term, URL filtering. This will let the user know exactly what it is that they're trying to accomplish and why they're using it. Here we can see it's keeping employees from non-work related functions. This would be imperative to helping the end user understand exactly what they're doing and why they're doing it, which is the entire point of this project. Other products do exist that are at least slightly like what I've come up with. The company interfacing allows users to keep copies of their SOPs online, where SOPs can be searched for and even brought up on the user's mobile devices. The difference here is fairly obvious. Where their product is simply a SOP repository, mine will include an educational side to help instruct users. I think this is the part here, that educational aspect, where my product will shine the brightest. A large part of my time with the military was spent educating others on the best way to use satellite equipment, and that was one of the bigger inspirations for this project. I think with the use of a program like this, hurdles of those who struggle to understand even something as basic as an IP address can really start to make it over the scary factor that comes with IT work and learn how great this career path truly is. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my presentation today. Hopefully this has been informative, and have a great day.
Any questions or actually Kyle is not joining us live. Are there any comments on his SIP project?
Just commenting at that idea of kind of a just-in-time learning. As you're using it, the instructions pop up for you to learn it as you use it. It's a very interesting way of approaching education. Given the way it's coming out.
Professor Prater?
One thing you might want to think about is certain organizations like the FDA have training requirements, and he could incorporate it into his system a set of what the FDA requirements are as far as like producing a quiz for didactic knowledge or things like that. He may want to look into something like that. If he can get shoehorned into one of those scenarios, then he really has a captive audience. Because back when I was a QC person, the thing that I hated most was creating tests or for teaching teaching the SOPs and stuff. If they had something that was already made that would find it and do it, that would be huge.
I appreciate that, Professor Prater. Any other comments for Kyle? All right, thank you very much, Kyle. Next, we have Matthew Quinn. Quinn, oh, you're here, wonderful. So we have Matthew joining us. He's an online student network security major with his project RANSEC ransomware training.
Hello, I am Matthew Quinn, a network security candidate here at UAT and the founder and CEO of RANSEC. To begin, I'd like to share a story about the fallout a particular company had to deal with because of a ransomware attack. In 2018, a construction company, whose name is withheld for legal reasons, based here in the United States, was hit by a ransomware attack. When they came into the office, they found all of their local backups wiped, and were also locked out of any and all of their external backups. Additionally, they found scripts running that were being used for widespread encryption of their data. They contacted the FBI, and they were able to trace it back to a Russian group. Now, there was a very real threat that the hackers would release their sensitive data online, so in the end they decided to go against the FBI wishes and paid the full 7-figure ransom. Unfortunately, this is the reality of a lot of ransomware attacks. According to a survey done by Keeper, a cybersecurity company, 49% of companies are forced to pay a ransom. This comes from time-sensitive pressure because some industries such as healthcare and public infrastructure cannot afford long downtimes. Why are ransomware attacks on the rise? It's because of that number, 49%. Essentially, there is a 50-50 chance that these hackers come away with some money. Those odds have only emboldened hackers more. The product I am selling you isn't so you wouldn't have to pay hackers, it's so that you wouldn't have to deal with them in the first place. So how do we do this? Well, looking at the same statistics by Keeper, 29% of employees didn't even know what ransomware was before their companies were attacked. That is the problem that RANSEC was created to solve. It was created by looking at the current landscape of cybersecurity, and what I found was a fairly large hole because there was no training courses made specifically on the topic of ransomware. The RANSEC ransomware training module is meant to fill that need. The main goal of this product is to not only teach students about ransomware, but to also force them to use creative thinking to think about how to respond to attack scenarios and how to prevent them. This is done by combining all three types of learning: educational presentation for visual learners, group discussions for auditory learners, and a role-playing game for kinesthetic learners. The main tool I created was the game sheets that are used for the role-playing exercise. It is based on a Dungeons & Dragons player sheet, but is also meant to help students apply their knowledge by solving real-world scenarios. Students will receive 2 sheets. Every student will get their own game sheet. The top half of the game sheet is meant to help students separate out key details of their given scenario, such as various industries that are most likely to be attacked, different systems or specific data that was taken, and the malicious actor's demands. The bottom section is the prevention and response section. This asks the student to map out how they would respond to their given scenario, as well as how to prevent it in the first place. And on the back, we provided lined paper so that students can keep their notes in the same place as the exercise. Then, each group of 4 students will get a scenario card. The scenarios are designated by letters, and each has a unique situation that the students will roleplay. The original target audience I had pictured while coming up with this project was employees of businesses of all sizes. While that is still an option, this training could be a little time consuming, which is why the new primary target is students. The world is evolving to be more dependent on technology, which means ransomware won't be going anywhere for the foreseeable future. This is why I believe we should train students starting around middle school age in basic computer courses, all the way through high school up to entry-level courses at the college and university level. So why use RANSAC? How is it any different from the variety of other cybersecurity training out there? The way that it differs from everything else on the market is the fact that there isn't any dedicated ransomware training. There are other training courses that cover malware as a whole, but I believe with the factors such as high ransom payout and uninformed employees, that ransomware should be prioritized with its own training module. Thank you, and remember, don't let hackers ransack your network, use RANSAC.
Questions for Matthew? Professor Prater?
It's neat doing the gamification idea with that, with the training. I think that's wonderful. In your training, in the scenario, is there a dungeon master that can control the background or help? Well, when they say I'm going to do this and this, where they can respond with, well, will they do this and this? Is there some sort of, like a fishing for that?
Yeah, so as I was going through the project, I thought I really wanted to make it open-ended for the students. But as I kept going, there's just so much information that the students need to get that it's mostly just the teacher there for just to kind of oversee the whole thing. I would love to go in further and kind of see how I can make it more open-ended to where it would be similar to a Dungeons and Dragons game, but the design of the game sheet is about as far as it goes.
Because the nice thing about this is if you were to continue this, which I hope you do, you can, to get your money for it, you rent out Dungeon Masters so that you have someone who is equipped with the knowledge of ransomware, so you rent it out where you just say, hey, I'll do a training for your company, and you bring your Dungeon Master, and you bring the sheets, you train them, and then you go away and find someone else to get money from. Yeah. So it's definitely, it would have a good model. I don't know, Mark, if you think this is a good money-making model for a scenario.
This, yeah, definitely.
Professor Jones?
So I feel like Professor Prater really kind of hit it on the nose here, but I would much rather see something like this where you come in and you're providing kind of a more one-on-one versus something like Know Before, where they just tell you, hey, you could get ransomware, and then the training is essentially don't click, but they don't really tell you about ransomware. They don't tell you what happens. They don't tell you what happens afterwards. They really don't even warn you about what could potentially happen with your backups or anything, because I guess the idea is they're trying to focus just on employees who need a little bit of information, but they perhaps don't want to scare them. I'm not entirely sure what their idea is there, but if you could turn this into something where you could walk into a room and you could tell them, hey, these are the dangers you're facing. This is what you could potentially do to your IT team. Ergo, this is also what could happen to the business itself. All of those things combined, I think this would work well. And I think with Professor Prater's idea of having that quote unquote dungeon master who shows up and helps with that, I think this has a lot of potential for traction.
Thank you, Professor Jones. Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much, Matthew. Matthew, I do have a question for you. How did the hacker get away from the police? He ran somewhere. All right, next up we have Joy Ray, who's a network security online student with his SIP title, A Much Needed Rest.
Hello, my name is Joy Ray, and the title of my SIP project is A Much Needed Rest. Approximately 43.5 million caregivers have provided unpaid care to an adult or child without an assistant in the last 12 months. Caregivers often suffer from fatigue and burnout. Caregiver stress syndrome is a condition characterized by physical, mental, and emotional exhaustion. Chronic stress may also lead to high blood pressure, diabetes, and a compromised immune system. Depression and mental health problems are consistently more significant among caregivers than among their non-caregiving peers. These statistics inspired me to think of a solution to reduce stress and monetary woes. The much-needed REST and Mobile Medical Assistant Application, or MNRA, will be innovative. It will provide non-medical caregivers with medical assistance like checking blood pressure, pulse, and oxygen levels. The goal of MNRA is to reduce the stress of non-medical caregivers and provide relief. So how does it work? First, what is an API? API is the acronym for Application Programming Interface, which is a software intermediary that allows two applications to talk to each other. Each time you use an app like Facebook, send an instant message, or check the weather on your phone, you're using an API. My Caregiver app utilizes the Endless Medical API Symptom Checker to evaluate the symptoms entered into MNRA. Endless Medical API was developed by physicians to help triage patients. Additionally, I utilized the Flutter.io platform to design my application to reduce production time. Flutter is a Google toolkit that lets you develop eye-catching, well-compiled application design from one code base for the web, mobile, and even desktop. This platform allows API calls, authentication, and Firebase authentication. You can also use any programming language you choose. I utilize C# programming language. Currently, my application is only for display and it won't be ready for commercial use for about another year. What does this need fill? Caregivers who are experiencing burnout and who need a little assistance. The value of services provided by informal caregivers has steadily increased over the last decade, with an estimated economic value of $470 billion in 2013, up from $450 billion in 2009 and $375 billion in 2007. Why should the audience care? I believe this is an application that is vital to everyone. Many people have elderly relatives that they are responsible for, or they have a family member that is a caregiver. Would you not want a mobile application to help in your time of need? Imagine if you were the lone caregiver and needed assistance, but there was none. The much-needed rest is a refuge for caregivers and peace of mind. Caregiver syndrome is real and deadly, but my mobile application seeks to reduce the stressful impact on the non-medical caregiver. Here is sample code snippet with an API call followed by the symptom checker. The issue is a UTI infection. Thank you for listening to and watching my presentation.
Joy, I understand you're joining us via Zoom. No? Okay. Any comments for Joy?
We've got Aaron.
Professor Jones?
The only thing that I would say is my concern would be how do you monetize, and if it has anything to do with potentially monetizing towards illnesses or things like that. Like if you're searching for, I don't know, bladder infection or something, and they begin advertising for products based off of that, what are some things that you could do to protect the user so that some of that information isn't inadvertently passed on, so that people don't know what's wrong with members of your family and so on and so forth. But other than that, that's the only thing that I would have on a security standpoint / privacy.
Thank you, Professor
Dr. Jill.
My question was, is it just to help the caregiver diagnose the person that they're caring for, or is it looking for, because she talked about the caregiver syndrome, is it also helping the caregiver diagnose that they do need a rest or do need a break? And I don't know the answer to that, but.
I know she's not here, but whenever we discussed it, my understanding was that it was for both, that you would be able to better simplify finding methods to care for the individual, but also to find things related to like self-care.
Good, that's what I was hoping it would do.
How would you differentiate this from a mobile app for WebMD?
And unfortunately, Joy's not joining us live. So the lucky thing is we have all of this recorded. So Joy is able to go back to the recording and think about these potential feedback from the SMEs and everyone else in the audience. Thank you, Joy. This concludes the cyber section of our Student Innovation Project for Network Security, Network Engineering, and Tech Forensics. Now we move on to our game program. So game art and animation, game design, game programming, and VR. But before, just a friendly reminder about the SIP Viewers Choice Award. Make sure you go to soccertip.com, click on the room name SIP voting, so that way you can pick for viewer's choice. Next up, we have our game programming majors with Samuel McKinley with Music and Me Mega Melody.
Hello, my name is Sam McKinley. I'm a game programming major. Music has always played a large role in my life. I was surrounded by music from a young age. My mother is a career elementary music educator. I sang in youth choirs, began playing the clarinet in 5th grade, and learned to play tenor saxophone and bass clarinet as I got older. I was involved in honor bands and other amazing music groups. I have always wanted to create games for children to enrich their music experience. The title of my SIP project is Music and Me Mega Melody. Music and Me Mega Melody represents a novel approach to elementary music education by combining the concepts of ear training and sight reading into an interactive and engaging game. Music and Me Mega Melody is for use with elementary general music students, specifically grades 3 through 5. The game can be facilitated within a classroom setting or can be shared with students individually. Elementary general music teachers use many different tools to educate their students. They're constantly looking for something new and engaging to use in the classroom to enrich their curriculums. Music and Me Mega Melody is a tool for teaching phrase recognition, ear training, and sight reading. Such an engaging, useful product has yet to be developed for grades 3 through 5. Using Unity 2D, I added my assets creating GarageBand and iRate Music Pro. My minimum viable prototype is formatted as a quiz. My prototype displays level 1 Ode to Joy. In the creation and coding of my SIP prototype, I had to modify my plan because I did not secure an animator. I am using sprites for the main characters. I use 3 different sprites. The first will stand to the side as the screen advances. If the measure is incorrect, the second sprite with a question mark will let you know your choice is incorrect. The third, a conductor, will appear when the correct measure is chosen. In the future, I would like to see my original plan for an evolving character along with a drag-and-drop game implemented. Here is an example of gameplay. As you can see, starts out with 16 measures completely filled, but that won't be the way it starts for the actual game. It will fade out, and all 16 of these measures will be blank. So it's up to you, the player, to listen to each measure when you click on it for the first time, and then double click or click again, depending on if you just want to speed it up, to put it up either up on the measures or if it's rejected by the character, which I will show now. If it's wrong, he comes up and is like, hey, it's wrong, what are you doing? It's right. The conductor comes up. Now, it's okay for it to be right or wrong. It's okay to be wrong every now and then. I mean, I did make these small so you don't rely on your hearing, but and when it's finished, beautiful music. Music and Me Mega Melody will give elementary level students a head start on the subjects of sight reading, ear training, and phrase recognition, with the added bonus of immersion into classical pieces of music. I formatted it on a level that this age group will find engaging and fun. I also envision an entire series of Music and Me games that address additional music theory subjects such as notation and rhythm. I'm honored to be able to present today. I'd like to thank Adam Moore for his unconditional guidance and support. I am grateful to UAT for giving me the opportunity to earn my degree.
Any questions for Samuel? Professor?
Yeah, so from your presentation, I heard that you have access to elementary educators. What kind of feedback and information do you get back from those experts?
I actually got a lot of positive feedback, especially because my mom was one of the people helping test this in her classroom. With the topics that are normally taught, the two topics I chose are actually skipped over a lot and moved on to later grades. So that's part of what makes it innovative as well as those two topics. But for the most part, it was positive.
Professor Moore.
Do you have any plans for the next topic you want to add? That's actually a good question. I was going over a lot of them. I'm still trying to figure out some of them because I want to focus on how they can be added into this. But I'm still selecting.
Professor Prater?
When it gives you the choices for the three sections of music, or the three measures that it could be, how does it determine what three measures to select? Is it something hard coded or is it something randomly decided? How does it decide what three measures to show you?
It's actually randomly generated. There are two different wrong measures and the right measures. The right measures are put in there one at a time, and the wrong measures are randomly generated.
Professor?
Kind of piggyback top of any songs, I know you mentioned you really want to help the kids with their ear training. So what about instrumentation? Are you gonna mainly stick to piano? Have you thought of like including string instruments, woodwinds, anything like that?
The main reason I stuck with piano is because it's very simple to add in. In the future, I would like to use instruments. It's just that's something I'll have to save for a later date.
Awesome job. Really cool.
Professor Understood, did you have a question?
I do ask the visual question. You mentioned not being able to find enemies in project. What kinds of visual improvements might you make?
I really wanted to just add like an actual character like a conductor at the end, or even someone like shaking their head like no, or something like that. Just some sort of visual feedback other than what the sprites give.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much, Samuel. Well done. Next up, we have Richard Reed, who's a game programming major with a map switcheroo.
Hello and welcome. My name is Richard Reed, and I have some important news to share with you all today. Ever get bored of playing the same video game over and over? Same map, same enemies, and nothing new? Well, today, I have that answer for you right now. It is called Map Switcheroo. What this is as the player is playing the game, it'll record data based on what you give it, how many enemies you killed, how much health you've lost, how much times you jumped, etc. And then once you leave this map zone and then come back, that map zone will switch. It could be based on how many enemies you killed. So if you killed 10 enemies, it'll spawn less enemies because you killed a lot. Or it could spawn more enemies if it like. Let's go ahead and see this in action, shall we? As you can see here, we have a couple of enemies that spawned in, a couple of jump pads. If you look over to the right here, over recorded data, we have 15 health and 15 ammo and everything else set to 0. That's because we haven't done anything. So let's say we jumped at least 7 times. We killed at least 6 enemies. We have 5 or 6 walls. We have at least 9 health lost and at least 9 ammo used. So if we go ahead and leave the area and then come back, as you can see, we have a couple of jump pads that spawn in, a couple of enemies, a couple of ammo packs, a couple of walls. So let's say we didn't jump at all in this next area. You know, we killed at least 11 enemies. We lost at least 13 health. Ammo lost, 14. Walls, we didn't do anything with those. Let's say we set it to 0. And then if we leave and come back, as you can see, we had no enemies spawn in. That is because we lost a lot of health and a lot of ammo. We had a couple of health packs and ammo spawn in with a couple of jump pads because we want to be able to rest, replenish all of our stuff. And then when we go into the next room, we can tackle a lot more enemies. So as you can see, everything is working. It's spawning in the stuff that it needs, and it's changing based on the data that I give it. So let's go ahead and look at the debug.logs. That way I can showcase a little bit more of how it works. So you may be wondering, what are debug.logs used for? Well, they're used for showing information within the game console, letting everyone know whether functions work or not. They're primarily used within debugging within games, so that way they can see errors and find them easier in code. So as you can see, when we started the game, it'll register, okay, you didn't kill any enemies, so it'll spawn a couple of enemies, so it spawned 5. We didn't use any ammo, so it won't spawn any ammo. We didn't jump at all, so we'll spawn at least 2 jump pads, that way we can jump a bit more. We didn't lose any health, so it didn't spawn any health packs in. We didn't have any walls, so it won't have any of those. So then it'll save that data, and then we went into the next room. As we updated it, we killed at least 6 enemies, so we didn't kill very many or not much, so it'll spawn a couple more in. We used some ammo, so it'll spawn at least 1 ammo pack to replenish. We jumped at least 7 times, so it'll register that the player jumped a lot. So then it'll spawn more jump pads in. We lost at least a little bit of health, but it didn't spawn any health packs in. As you can see, we didn't have any walls, so we'll spawn at least some walls in there. And then it'll save that data. And then we went to the next room. Since we killed at least 11 enemies, we lost quite a bit of health and ammo. So then it will spawn no enemies in the room, and it'll just spawn health packs and ammo packs. That way the player can have a chance to rest and replenish. That way when they go into the next room, it'll be, okay, you didn't kill any enemies in this room. Let's go ahead and spawn a couple of enemies. Same thing with walls. We didn't do very much with those, so it'll save that. So that is how the system works.
I
So that is what
didn't
the
get it
debugs and
in. It said
.logs
it
are for,
wasn't
is
the.
to showcase this. So now let me explain how is this beneficial to the gaming industry, like how would this, keep people from boredom. So let me go ahead and explain that. So you may be wondering, how does this benefit the gaming industry? How is this going to keep people from being bored and just tired of playing the same old game over and over? Well, by having this system in, it would allow players to be surprised at the very next room because they won't know what they'll get. They either have more enemies that'll spawn, they could have jump pads, they could have walls, they could have a whole different map layout if they'd want, or they could just have millions and millions of enemies spawn or health packs or weapons. You can have this system be a variety of different things. You can even have it change up the whole entire map completely. You can have it be in a farm field if you wanted, and then just have it be all of a sudden a city or an ocean with brand new enemies, health packs. By having this algorithm in, it'll make it to where players won't be bored, they'll be surprised every time they play. So this is my map switcheroo. Thank you for watching and hope you enjoyed.
Questions for Richard? Professor Frady?
So when it generates a certain number of walls or a certain number of enemies, how does it determine how many enemies or walls to create? Is it a directly linear relationship, or is it an exponential, or is it a random? How does it determine how many to add?
So I used a if else statement where it would tie variables where it would equal that number. So I had a min, max, enemies, or max enemies, min enemies. I would have it set to be if the amount of enemies killed is greater than or less than min or max, then that it would have an algorithm based on random range of spawning in a certain amount of enemies to random. It could either be 0 or it could be 6. It would take numbers like 1 through 10 and just get that amount through that.
So it's kind of like a directed random.
Yep.
Random, but a random in.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Professor Moore?
So what new programming techniques did you learn while you were working on this?
So the new techniques I learned with this is having an algorithm based with a bunch of if else statements that would coincide with each other, especially using debug.logs. I've never used that as prevalently before with my coding, and especially using this algorithm. It taught me how to arrange things in a certain order instead of having just separate functions. I had it all similar, and then I would just call the functions with another one through triggers and through just colliders, just have with variables and everything.
Professor?
I kind of have more of a comment. I love the idea about the map switch, but I think with all the kind of parameters you take, especially like the health and the enemies, I kind of also see like a difficulty adjusted. You go into one room, you fight it, the game's kind of calculating how well you did in making that other room as difficult as that. So I'm just wondering, have you ever thought about like maybe marketing it as like a change of map and a difficulty to like a little 2-for-1?
I've thought more of changing map, but now that you say that, could make it more of difficulty level because it's taking the data that you are doing and then it'll change it. So it could, I could have it set to where it could be harder or not based on the player.
Other questions? Oh, yes.
So you have like your set parameters that you can set. From a design standpoint, is there a way we can like customize, like add or subtract parameters we want to keep track of?
So I made it to where the designers can choose what numbers they want for the min or max for a greater or less. And then they can also determine how many enemies and stuff to be in the world as well for it to spawn and start. And then based off that, we can also adjust it for everything else.
Any other questions? I understand we have a question via Zoom. No question via Zoom? Okay, thank you very much, Richard. Great job. Next up, we have Greg Marshall, who's a double major in game programming and game design with two sides of the same coin.
Hello everyone, my name is Greg Marshall and this is my SIP project, two sides of the same coin. What my project is a co-op perspective game where two players come together. one from this view and the other from this view, where both players work together to solve puzzles in their own world that affect each other, relying on their verbal communication to guide them through the level. What inspired this idea was the realization that most perspectives are only shown through one viewpoint, and rarely ever used in the main gameplay role, strictly serving as a way to observe a world that a creator designed. So I decided to flip this on its head and get a little more interactive, and create a way for a co-op experience that mandate the cooperation of two players, two perspectives, one puzzle, forming the PPP experience. So before I show you the finished product, let me explain a little about the process of my prototype. This project started off as a physical prototype. This physical application gave me an insight on how it would look like in-game. This showed me how a perspective switch changes the mechanics of a level entirely. Next, I decided to move this onto a digital platform, which was Unreal Engine. So after many failures, wipes, reinstallations, and builds, this is what I came up with. So what you're seeing right now is player one. So how this operates is, depending on the angle he looks at an object, it changes the perspective of what the object actually is. So how the player one interacts with player two is whatever object he looks at is casted to the player three world, where he has to solve a puzzle using the objects that player one looks at. So the first three objects that the player one looks at, player three has to solve a puzzle by going through a maze and placing the objects in the corresponding locations. And the objects that is casted into player two's world is only the last three objects that player one has looked at. So now that we go over to player two, you will see that the last three objects that player one looked at is casted into player two's area. So as you will see, the, the last three objects that player one looked at was the corner frame, the chair, and the boulder. So player two has to solve this puzzle by placing the corresponding objects inside the indicated locations that are red. And if it's the right object, it will glow green, and then so on and so forth. So right here, where you see is the chair, is going to be placed in the corresponding location. So once it's placed, the puzzle is solved and it lights up green. And once you solve all three of the objects and put them in their indicated locations, you beat the game, or you beat the level, I should say. And that is my sip.
Questions for Greg? Yes.
So Greg, we've been through this whole thing. I've seen that progression that you've gotten to this point. And I wanted to know, what is your intention to keep going with this? Or if you have an intention, if you do, what do you want to keep doing with this? Because I know you do all these projects in the background on the side, and I know you don't let go of those. They're so awesome. What do you think your future with this particular project is?
So initially, I wanted to play around with the viewpoint of different perspectives, not only through one lens. So my initial thought for it would be like having some sort of like creative art gallery where you see like different pieces from different angles, from different perspectives that don't clutter together in some sort of art.
And I saw that you had as well, you had the other, you showed us previously this other thing where you can change the scale of an object based on looking at it. Did you intend to do more with that because I didn't see it in the final?
Yeah, so basically I had some issues with that, but I got it solved out like hours later. But
the initial thing with that was if I was to further further puzzles, at least for the first person perspective, would have like more puzzles and more interaction with the second player, with more scaling type of interactions where I have an object, I'll look at this certain location, does it match with this, put it here, and play off that. And depending on like the scaling, for example, player one, if I scale an object, then that object will be casted to player two, and they'll have to put that object in the corresponding location for.
So consider pitching it to production studios.
Professor Portier?
See a comment. When we look at SIPs mostly, we see like involved. I really appreciate my presentation. We block because we concept to information. And the visuals were spot on. Fantastic. So when you took this into a public play test, what was some of the response that you got for some of the public features that were implemented in it, and what were the changes you made to get to where you're at right now?
So when I had like initial people play through the level, a lot of comment response was they wanted a more clear representation of the core aspect, which was perspective. So I had different iterations of what I wanted the project to be. So initially I had like a different scale and perspective that I mentioned earlier, and I was messing around with that, but I was trying to see how I get the interaction between player one and player two to really get home. So I eventually led me to putting that idea to the side and going back to the basic of what my core SIP was, and which was perspective and how it correlates between one player and two player, and how the cooperation between both those players and how they communicate back and forth to solve the puzzle as well.
Any other questions for Greg? Thank you very much. Great job. Okay, next up we have Jake Fusco, who's game programming, game design, and business technology major with his SIP project, Dominant Presence.
And here
Many couch co-op games, like Castle Crashers and Halos, have all their players go through the same gameplay experience. The major changes that players have access to in this scenario are ultimately cosmetic or only last for that level, being the weapons or abilities they use. Is that the only method that local co-op players have access to change their engagement with the games they play? My student innovation project aims to create a dynamic system that changes how local co-op players interact with the game's mechanics. Hello, my name is Jake Fusco. I am a game design, game programming, and business technology student, and this is my student innovation project, Dominant Presence. Dominant Presence is a gameplay system that changes game mechanics based on whichever player is the most dominant in the current play session. This affects gameplay mechanics for all players. For example, player 1 is a speed-focused character, and player 2 is a damage-focused character. Whenever player 1 is dominant, measured in the current demonstration using most kills, both players have a speed buff and a visual indicator that shows that player 1's dominance is now affecting the current play session. However, in this play session, player 2 becomes dominant, so the game then shifts to be more damage-focused. So instead of a speed buff, both players are affected by a damage buff and a visual indicator showing player 2's dominance instead. While the upcoming demonstration only uses speed and damage, Dominant Presence can be used with any gameplay mechanic that a designer can think of. Let's now look at a number of examples of Dominant Presence in action. This play session will now showcase how player 1 becomes dominant. We see player 1 now has the highest number of kills in this current play session. This means they are now dominant within that play session. Notice how both players are moving at an increased rate because of the speed buff. Let's now look at how Dominant Presence can shift during gameplay from player 1 to player 2. Our second play session starts in much of the same way as our first. Look at how player 1 is currently the dominant presence. Now, player 2 has the most kills. The dominant presence now shifts from player 1 to player 2. And you can see that player 1's speed buff has now been replaced with player 2's damage buff, as indicated by the fire aura. See how both players are dealing more damage. And look, player 1 now has reclaimed their dominant presence because they have more kills because of player 2's damage buff. This is just one of many examples of how dominant presence can create more engaging gameplay for local co-op games. But what are types of games dominant presence is suited for? Aside from local co-op and free-for-all games, which are the most obvious, dominant presence can find a place in a number of gameplay genres. Hero shooters and MMOs are genres where dominant presence can thrive. Hero shooters with dominant presence can amplify the genre's strengths by allowing for more dynamic gameplay based on whichever character the player is using. Imagine an Overwatch match where when Tracer becomes dominant, she manipulates the time dilation of all players, forcing them to play the games on her terms now with manipulated time. And their abilities also now are augmented to reflect this time dilation. And when dominant presence is thought about in relation to the MMO genre, a dearth of new innovation ideas become apparent. Imagine, for example, zones in an MMO were controlled by factions, not like an instanced event or battleground, but a mechanical expression of one faction's dominance of a zone. This would show a mechanical change in how the players interact with the game's world, and also provide an incentive to have your own faction control that zone. Further pushing the gameplay story of fighting against one faction while trying to ensure that your faction is superior. It's not just these two genres that have a place for dominant presence. With the little know-how and a little design work, dominant presence can find its way into any game genre for multiple players. This has been my presentation on dominant presence. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Jake Fuxco, and I hope you will all look forward to seeing dominant presence in the market.
Questions for Jake? Professor Margaret?
So we have a lot of multi-major students, right? And a lot of times you'll choose a particular direction to go with your SIP, of course, in this case, game design. But how does being a triple major affect how you're deciding to do your SIP, or where you pulling the other stuff? And let's be fair, you're also an RA and lead in the team and production studio. You got all these things going on. How are you managing and figuring all this stuff out?
Easy, I don't sleep. Time management. It's like everything needs to get done, so I can't really not get it done, so I have to figure something out regardless.
How did your other degrees help you with this particular innovation as well?
So BizTech, ultimately my focus there was people. So like why people go through certain products, or like how advertising works, and like marketing and all that is my interest there. Game programming ultimately helped me to just think about how to design these games programmatically, and just like what I can use to help influence the the design of the game.
Dr. Koch?
Very interesting. Excellent. Well, let's see. Explain for us. I have a couple questions. Explain for us. Is this a concept, or have you actually worked it out in the form of software of some sort?
So I haven't worked it out in the form of software. There's the demonstration, which is like the most baseline applications of it. I do have a couple GDDs that I'm working on that do incorporate the mechanic in it.
So it's conceptual.
Yes.
So, and I don't know if this is beyond the scope of our set here, but it's really interesting because I'm seeing a big possible market for this. How would you marketize this? You know, in other words, is it a patch that basically game producers copy and paste into their work, or is it more of a consultant-based model where you have to go and incorporate this into their game design? Maybe explain a little bit.
So how, as personally, I see it more as a philosophy when it comes to designing multiplayer games, right? You go through the same experience, you're playing these games with your friends, sharing experience, but like it's the same each time. I'm a huge fan of like games that are like put together all for one, all for all. So like basically being able to show off what makes you unique in a team setting, right? And that was ultimately where the field is trying to go. It's like we're working together, but we also get to showcase what makes us unique as well. So it's more of a design goal and a design philosophy that goes into making games.
Right. So one more, if it's truly unique, how do you consider some sort of path to protect it? Because
yes,
if it's really unique and valuable, then it might be something that a lot of people are interested in.
So it may or may not be in the works. I don't know what I can or can't say. I have approximate knowledge to your approximate answers to your question.
Professor Anderson?
Just a question about checks and balances. If the other players are not able to match or exceed the dominant attribute that you have.
There is a degree of entropy in it, so like so the presence doesn't need to be maintained. So if I just go and get it and then just don't do anything for 30 seconds, there's no reason for me to not do anything because I didn't do anything with that dominance. So it does need to be maintained. There is another idea that was out of scope called baton passing, where I got it, but the current gameplay shift didn't really benefit the team right now. I could pass it on to, say, Alec and use his dominant presence with his character, right? Because that would be more beneficial to our current situation.
Just another quick question. Do you have any leaks for us about the potential of your questions?
No. Soon TM.
Professor Prater?
Have you thought about turning this on its head and instead of looking for dominance, pushing team play where they have to be within 1 or 2 kills of each other? When they fall outside of that, then the dominance falls off, or something to push team play. So then it's like the reverse of what you're saying. Have you thought about that?
Yes, one of the projects I have does actually play with that inverse, where like the enemies will actually start dominant, and then players need to work towards getting to the neutral space, and then trying to build up to building off of somebody.
Yeah, to kind of really quickly piggybacking off that, I was also, you mentioned Overwatch and team shooters like that. You could, I wonder if you could also have something where like that dominant presence puts a debuff on anything. You're talking about tracer and the time dilation. Like maybe your team moves a bit faster and then your team moves a little bit slower, stuff like that. So it can kind of change from just being like a co-op kind of mechanic to any kind of video.
Oh yeah, certainly. I think the idea itself can find a place in most multiplayer games, right? And I think what's cool about it is that like I buff my players, I debuff my enemies. This is one of many variations you can take the idea.
Can you think of like any applications like with this and other types of co-op games outside of like shooters or action games? What I'm currently thinking of is a game like Overcooked, where everyone's working to complete all the orders from the restaurant.
So I'm not familiar with Overcooked, but I could probably think of a way that you could have a dominant player affect gameplay in that, right? If for example, you have different mini games, right, or different roles that each player needs to fulfill. Based on their success there, that influences the rest of the kitchen.
Okay.
I understand we have a question via Zoom.
Yep, Emilio in chat asks, if you're using dominant presence in a PvP team shooter or MOBA, wouldn't someone who is in the lead gain even more of an advantage, making snowballing even worse?
So that's a balancing concern, and something I've thought of. So a lot of the things I put into like how do you prevent snowballing is that it treats every player the same. So it's not that one player gets the buff, it's that every player gets influenced by whoever is the most skilled player, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that like, oh, because player 1 is the best, they get they get +1. It's like everyone is kind of brought up to player 1's level. If that makes more sense.
That's it.
That's what I was actually thinking about. Like if it was in an unranked match, it might be more unbalanced, but if it was ranked, it might be more balanced because 7 players are normally going to be
The idea is to like make it more dynamic and like fun playing field, but that doesn't, allow me to just completely gank the enemy team once I get to what I need to.
Any other questions for Jake? I do have a comment, Jake. It's great to see that you're a biz tech major as well. It's something I encourage all students to consider. Dr. Coe and Singleton and Professor Mark Smith will all agree, because you just never know where your career may take you. And the more you understand how business and technology can be merged together to understand and work with people, the better. So congrats on that. Just wanted to point that out. All right, thank you, Jake. Next, we have an online student, Mark Montanari, and he has his undebatable interior mapping project.
Hello, my name is Mark Montanari, and I'm a student at the University of Advancing Technology, pursuing my bachelor's degree in game programming. When searching for a new MMO to try, I've always sought out those which have in-game housing, but so few games can seem to implement it well or make it feel like an integral living space. My innovation proposes to implement cube mapping technology to change static 3D images of building interiors into something easily updatable. This will not only increase game immersion by offering an ever-changing game world, but will make travel hubs and cities appear more realistic. The technology works by projecting a 6-sided or 3D image onto a flat panel such as a doorway or window opening. The viewer only sees 5 sides, since the 6th side is the window or open doorway the player is actually looking into to see inside the room. Many game engines can project this type of image, but Unreal Engine takes it one step further by allowing a level designer to point a special capture camera into a playable room or interior space. This camera creates that 6-sided image and enables a game designer to project the image onto a window, doorway, a wall, or even use it as a visual representation of a portal to anywhere else in the game world. The benefit of this method is to display the contents of a room without needing the computer to draw or render the room, except when updating the image. This can reduce computer graphics and processor usage, allowing the creation of richer and more densely populated cities that appear alive due to the changing nature of the window and doorway images. These images can be updated as often or as infrequently as desired, even in real time, although doing it in real time is computationally expensive and may negate any performance advantage gained by using this capture display method. So in short, my innovation can increase game world immersion and replayability, as well as reduce computer load in dense city environments. Thank you for taking the time to hear about my project.
I understand Mark is not joining us live. Are there any comments for Mark? Dr. Giovanni?
Yeah, so my big comment is just player housing and giving players the ability to dynamically change the world that they're playing in is probably the most requested thing in MMOs, except it's extremely expensive to, if you have 1,000 players or 10,000 players, to send 10,000 houses with all of their 3D models, all of their art, all of the textures, all of the normal maps, everything needed to create those spaces. His technology here, what it's doing is that instead of sending an entire room, it can send one texture, one cube map image, and it looks like the room. You can see it just like it's that 3D room, but they're sending the size of one texture, when in a player house, each house would have hundreds, if not thousands, of these textures. They're sending just one across the internet. So you can put thousands of these rooms. It's a big deal. Pretty cool.
Any other comments, Lisa?
Mark's project is featured on our blog. So if you want to read more about his thought process behind it, you can pretty much get any questions answered.
Wonderful. So you just have to go to uat.edu. UAT Tech? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Any other comments for Mark?
It's like a whole different world in a room. Sounds like a fun movie.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we have another online student in game programming, Michael Henson, with his subtitle Schism in Reality.
Hello, I'm Michael. Hang on. Hello? Sorry. Where was I? Oh yeah, I'm Michael Henson with the University of Advancing Technology. And this is my student innovation project, Schism of Reality. Sorry about that interruption. I thought someone was at my door. I'm sure we've all felt or heard something like that. The thing is, most of us don't suffer to the extent that people who are afflicted with schizophrenia do. They see and or hear things that aren't there more often than most of us. In fact, for a lot of schizophrenics, their condition can be so debilitating that they can't function normally, and this can cause others to ostracize them. They're ostracized because the general public lacks any knowledge about schizophrenia or its symptoms and automatically assumes that someone with the condition is psychotic and likely to harm others. While this is true for a few schizophrenics, it's not true for most. While it is true that psychosis takes form in a multitude of ways, just being psychotic does not mean one is schizophrenic, as those who suffer from the condition have a break from reality. My project aims to address this issue by emulating schizophrenia as close as possible, at least the more visual and or auditory parts, by overloading and distorting the user's sense of sight and hearing through binaural audio and visual manipulation in a form of augmented reality. We can't replicate what happens inside a schizophrenic's brain, but we can emulate sights and sounds they might hear, which is the goal here. I've been building the pseudo AR app, or software for Android devices in Unity, using a simple user interface for the main menu, which allows the user to determine what they want to use in terms of camera, audio, and their microphone, as well as adjusting volume. Using the camera with an appropriate headset, one can experience visual distortions and simple hallucinations. The microphone on the phone will allow real-world audio to be delayed and or manipulated, which can add to the experience, as some schizophrenics don't immediately register what they hear, and what they hear might be garbled. Built-in foreground and background audio will try to emulate the things that they might hear. The user will also be able to change the volume of that so they can customize the experience the way they want it. Multiple counselors and psychologists I've talked to and gotten input from think this app is a decent idea to raise awareness among the general public, and have even given suggestions on how to improve it to make it a better experience. The target audience is the medical community and the general public who are interested in seeing what it's like for people with schizophrenia. There have been games, software, and even audio tapes to try and simulate the condition, but there hasn't really been any AR software to emulate what it would be like to live as someone with schizophrenia. There was a form of virtual reality hardware to simulate what it was like to have schizophrenia back in the 1990s as a proof of concept, but due to how expensive the hardware could get, only a few were able to buy and or experience it, and at least one of those was a journalist who wrote about their experience. There's been a couple of games from the perspective of someone with schizophrenia, most notably Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, where she ends up having a break from reality after watching her lover get killed in front of her by the Norse, or was it Vikings? I'm not. Anyways, all of those are from the viewpoint of a character in the software rather than being something you take and use in your life. The closest thing in use is used by medical trainees, specifically psychologists and therapists, where they have to listen to a tape full of white noise or random conversations while they try to write reports. I want to try and let people who aren't medical professionals experience a form of schizophrenia in their everyday life, rather than experience it through a game or VR simulation. The goal of my project is to try and get more people to be more understanding of those with schizophrenia, instead of just shunning them. I also hope to encourage users to seek help if they or someone they know have experienced any similar symptoms on a frequent basis. I do hope that this can inspire people suffering from schizophrenia to share their experiences as well. Since the main point is to raise awareness, I'm not looking to make any monetary gain from this software for a multitude of reasons. The main one being it's just bad business to make money based off the suffering of others. I hope to bring awareness, understanding, and compassion to those that suffer from schizophrenia through this project by allowing users to experience some of the more external symptoms. This has been my student innovation project. Sorry, I think I hear something, so I'll finish off by saying I hope you enjoyed my presentation, and yeah.
Michael is unfortunately not joining us live. Are there any comments from Michael's SIP? It's all part of the schizophrenia thing. No comments? Okay. This concludes the early afternoon part of the game presentations. Now we'll go on break until 2:30, and then we'll continue with game art and animation. Again, don't forget to keep your notes for your favorite for SIP voting for viewer's choice. You can go to Socrative.com and enter the room name SIP voting, so that way you can select your preference. Again, we'll be back at 2:30 to continue with game art.
What's that?
From birth all the way up to where they are now. Yeah, actually, I told your daughter that I was like, where's the bunny? She was out there playing. How do you know about that? How do you think that? Your dad. I don't know if she approached you about it.
No, it's a good conversation.
Nice.
Dress on stage.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like, it's just my stage.
Yeah.
That's good. It's out there for everyone to see.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Hello, hello. So we are at the second half of our Student Innovation Project Showcase for Spring 2022. We just presented our game programming major, so now we're going to move on to game art and animation. Just a friendly reminder to have your phones on silent, please. Also, make sure that you go to Socrative.com so that way you can vote for SIP Viewer's Choice Award with the room name SIP voting. But remember to watch all the presentations before you decide on your favorite. Next up, we're going to continue with game art and animation with Caleb Reynolds, who's a game art major, and his SIP project is Accessible Audio Program.
Hello, my name is Caleb Reynolds, and I'm a game art animation major at UAT. And today, I'd like to show a little concept I've been making. I call it Accessible Audio Program. A little basic, but I do think it gets the point across. We'll just call it AAP for short. So as I said, I'm in game art and animation. I'm an upcoming artist in essence. So my interest is in the software I use to make various pieces of art. This includes audio as well. And I like to experiment a bit with it, but sometimes the technical side of it can sometimes fly over my head. Or it can take a bit to prototype something quick, or if you need a certain effect quick. Most DAWs I've worked in do not have a rapid workflow, so I tried to think of something new. AAP is in concept a simplified DAW, or Digital Audio Workstation. By simplifying tools and making more visually simple in certain areas, such as the layer panels and properties panel. This is done to make the program more accessible to those not familiar with the technicals of audio design, and to allow it to have its power and proceduralness. Which brings me to what I want to do with this. Using a form of layer stacks, I hope to make a non-destructive and adjustable audio tool for artists and beginners for quick sounds and rapid prototyping. As shown, I wanted this to have definitive sections laid out for their respective purposes. But the main draw is the layers, allowing users to visually lay out, group, and copy effects to various tracks. Each layer can be muted or soloed to test and alter effects. Selecting the layer gives you that effects property in the Properties tab, which will give immediate feedback based on the effect you choose, speeding up audio creation. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. This works with another present system, cages. Cages are borders that you can place over an area of one or more tracks. Cages are like tracks. Effects can be added to them. This will then affect whatever is in the cages, allowing for certain effects to only show up at certain points. This allows for stacks on stacks in a sense, to quickly create unique sounds. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. This hopes to be a great learning tool for those starting out. This would also be a great for indie devs for quick prototyping and cost effectiveness. Setting up the foundation of your sounds. Simple, quick, effective. That's what I want for this software. And with that, I will take any questions you have. Thank you, all of you, for your time. I've been Caleb Reynolds, signing out.
Questions for Caleb? Professor Understone?
Caleb, I just want to comment and then ask a question. I know that you went through a great deal trying to find a partner, programmer to help you prototype this particular app. Can you tell us a little bit about what you went through and also how you came to the result that you did? And my comment is, I think that regardless of the fact that you were able to create a prototype, you did a very excellent job portraying the functionality there.
Yeah, thank you, Miss. A lot of what I accomplished was mainly in like designing. So a lot of what I had to do was actually just designing that interface you guys saw there. So I mainly took inspiration from other DAWs I've even used, and I figured out which parts are essential and like what tools would be useful to have, like a split, a cut, et cetera, et cetera. But basically, in terms of the process, while I wasn't able to have like a physical prototype, I wanted to kind of like make it seem as accurate as possible. So I looked at how like actual DAWs would present or how they would show their effects. So I would blank out certain things, make things darker to show inactivity and such like that, just to kind of like prove the effect and to show it off.
First for you?
Yeah, just a comment. You know, us artists are so keen working with Adobe products, you know, Photoshop, Illustrator, After Effects, and we're just so almost like stuck on working with layers, layer stacks, and then the non-constructive workflow. And when you look at audio software, it's just like all over the place, right? You're looking at, I mean, gizmos, there's gadgets, there's things that make sense to some people, and some people are less probably doesn't. But I think for artists that, or game artists in particular, or even graphic artists that see this type of software that is compiled in a stack layer-based system, and you can just jump right in and just dive right in. It's pretty, to me, it'd be very accessible. So glad that you're able to provide that explanation for us. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Caleb? All right, thank you very much, Caleb. Next, we have an online student who's a game art and animation major, Ethan Nelson, with his project Realistic Waterfall and Magma Flow.
Hello, my name is Ethan Nelson. During my time as a game artist, I have found that water has been the object proving to be the most difficult to model, from the physics to the very appearance. We have found ways to fool the eyes of those who view it, but it all falls apart when they stare too long, as the repeating motion and particles can be seen. I have been working on a different trick, a different method for modeling and animating water, and especially waterfalls and magma flows. I have created a couple of models that show off my method, and I have achieved a level of realism more believable than the use of liquid generators and other modifiers to mimic movements by using the cloth simulation function. The function of my project is to provide another technique or tool for game artists to make waterfalls and magma flows through the utilization of the cloth simulation to attempt to mimic the appearance of these geographical features. I created this technique using a basic terrain model to act as a riverbed, and the cloth simulation in Blender to act as the water. In doing so, the cloth acted as I had hoped, gaining the appearance of water over rocks. From there, using the cloth, I managed to establish a tug point to pull the cloth and create a flowing and falling effect. With the use of this technique, artists of any caliber can use this method in their modeling process. Through this technique, artists can make a more believable looking waterfall or magma flow through a simple setup, allowing them to model parts of the environment that they have struggled with, as opposed to the use of the most common used method of making a waterfall or magma flow with liquid generators or special shaders or modifiers. I have decided to look at using another method completely with the cloth simulation provided by Blender. As an aspiring artist, having many tricks of the trade under one's belt will make an artist more versatile and capable going forward into the industry. Finding new ways to tackle the object of modeling is what we strive to do. Mimic reality to trick the eyes of the masses in a virtual setting. With the help of this technique, artists will be capable of achieving a sense of immersion for their players with ease. Thank you for your time.
Ethan is a fully remote student. We have a chance for comments for Ethan. Professor Anderson?
I'd love to see how you can take this toward more realism.
Mhm. Thank you. Any other comments for Ethan?
Put it in an engine.
I'm sorry?
Put it in an engine.
All right, thank you very much, Ethan. All right, next up, we have Amy Choi Higa, who's a game art and animation major with her SIP title, Leave Me Alone, A Hate Story.
Hello, I'm Amy Choi and I major in game art and animation. Today, I'm going to be presenting my SIP, Leave Me Alone, A Hate Story. So, have you ever gotten bored of the cliche romances? Those stories where the female protagonists always end up with a charming prince and live happily ever after, where the girl has no personality whatsoever and the main interest's only redeeming qualities are their faces. Well, so am I. So, I decided to create a dating simulation game where the player's main objective isn't getting into a relationship, but to avoid getting into one with a love interest. So, here I'm going to play the prologue of my SIP prototype. So, the story starts as the main character notices that he's in a different place, and he soon realizes that he's actually in a dating simulation game, but for girls. So all of the love interest in the game are boys just like him. So here we have the butler, the prince, and the knight. And at the end of the prologue, the player chooses which route they want to follow. So for let me see if I can find it. Here it is. So for the prototype, we're gonna go with Prince Alexander. So at the end, we choose here who the player choose who they want to go, and that ends the prologue and starts the chapter, which is Prince Alexander's route. Um, so this is not like a typical romantic game where the objective is to fall in love with the handsome butler, the cool knight, or the charming prince. No, it's not that type of game. The player is supposed to avoid all the romantic advances from the love interest, and if they succeed, in the final chapter, which I'm gonna show here in this clip, here it is, final chapter. If they get like all of the best, I guess worst, options, they get to run away from the wedding. They slap the prince and they return to their own world at the end. So they argue, and then the main character, Mikey, runs away and he wakes up in his own world. So just like in normal dating simulation games, the player will have various choices to do in the game. The first one being which route they want to go in. And then to stray away from the wedding, they will have to choose the best, or I guess the worst options. And here we have a lot of options to do in game. To complete my SIP, I used RenPy, an engine used to create visual novels. So I coded the characters, I coded the images, the choices, the dialogues, the scenes, and I also made the choices matter using a point system, so the player can get different endings depending on the choices they do. Now for the art, I use Clip Studio Paint. In this video, I think I'm gonna show off some of the sketches that I have for some of the characters. Um, the first draft sketches, and I think I show off some of the colored ones. Here they go. And I also did the backgrounds using Clip Studio Paint. So here I also show off the sketches, what I have in mind at first, and the final product of some of the backgrounds. So we have the bedroom, the ballroom, the next I think is the garden. We also have the lake, and lastly we have the town. Mhm. So with Clip Studio Paint, I also created various expressions for the characters to better represent their feelings and dialogues. So here we have Mikey, the main character, in his wedding dress, his normal dress with different expressions. And up here we have Prince Alexander with his a lot of smiles and winks. Here we have the other two love interests, Alfred the butler and Lancelot the knight. We also have the secondary character, Emma, the maid, the main character's maid, Mikey's. And then I'm gonna show off some of the backgrounds. So this is the castle's ballroom. Um, and this is the main character's bedroom. And this is where the garden, where they always have their tea parties. And their first date, the town, where they end up falling in this very fountain. Then there's the lake, where they have their second dates. And I think that's all for me. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed Leave Me Alone, a hate story.
Questions for Amy? For Tia?
So, I love your artwork. I was a huge fan of it. And just to kind of embarrass you a little bit, like Amy's really been drawing for the past like 4 or 5 years. She do that level of art. Pretty impressive. You would think she can draw alive. So as a game artist, right, your goal would appear to visually depict kind of convey emotion based on your player's view. You also had a demo to look at a program. That's part of doing it. What are some things that you've learned from that type of programming that maybe you're trying to make a better artist in terms of how you want to progress and develop?
I mean, honestly, I think I learned a lot about Chrome because I went into this knowing nothing about it. So I had to learn like
some of the language and so, oh my God, we can do this with coding. So I think that's very interesting. Maybe it got me a little interested into learning more. So that's not going to be the first time I'm going to program something. I think so.
Any other questions for Amy? Professor Anderson?
Amy, I hate stories. It's so opposite of you. I also enjoy your art very much. I'm going to ask you a little bit about what you may consider doing to grow your abilities just a little bit. I noticed that your environments and characters, they all have the same level of really fun detail, and the color choices are very similar, the values. What might you do to focus more on characters, maybe create some depth in your backgrounds? Anything that you might do with color or some other attributes?
Yeah, I might lower maybe the saturation of the background. Maybe that's the word. And maybe make the characters more expressive. I would like to have more animation to the characters as well. Maybe have like distinction between background and character.
The amount of artwork that you have done for this representation, kudos for that. All of you I have done to share your passion.
Professor Moore?
So Andy, we use Renify at my game studio for all of our games. If there's something you're trying to figure out how to do at the end in the programming, you can't figure out, just reach out.
Okay, I will. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Professor Curry?
I was just I really love the idea of that point system. So I was wondering if you could speak more to that, like how many endings did you include in your game? Is it like each dialogue is like 1 point?
Yeah, it's like that. Like each dialogue, you can each choice you can have or 1 point or you lose 1 point. So at the end, you can have like 2 endings per character. So the one that I showed here was the good ending. So depending on your choice, I think I have like in this prototype, there are like 15 choices. So I program it in a way that if the player gets 8 points or more, they get the good ending. If they don't, then they get the other ending.
Awesome. Your artwork is amazing.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much, Amy. Okay, next, we have Kevin Duran, who's a game art animation major with Past VR.
Hello, my name is Kevin Duran, and this is Past VR. I'm a 3D game art and animation major, and this is a SIP based on 3D game art as well as virtual reality. So my innovation claim is using virtual reality, users will be able to explore the historical building, the Grosse Scheibenhaus, that no longer exists, or also known as the Great Theater. Users will be able to explore the interior in all its glory within virtual reality. Its technical field is that this project involves the technical fields of 3D game art as well as virtual reality. For a usage scenario, if somebody's doing research on the architecture or just wants to experience what it was like being inside the historical building, then they could do so with this product. Here are some of the key reference images that I used. These were some of the hands down best images that I could find. This building was around when there wasn't good quality cameras, so I had to do what I could with those images. And here is video of in-engine. I used Unreal 5 for this, as well as implemented virtual reality within it, and Unreal 5 is very new, so it was sort of a bit of a slippery slope. Things aren't too different, but it is still definitely a new experience. Made sure to include the key thing that really stood out about the theater, which was its signature drip roof. This is probably one of the main reasons why the building did get taken down, was because of possible risk with the architecture. It wasn't always completely solid, so that could be one of the main reasons. But I decided to do this as a SIP just because I always really liked architecture, and especially some of the older buildings that aren't really around nowadays due to either just corrosion or being taken down or destroyed or replaced. So being able to sort of make this project and then kind of go in VR and try to sort of experience what it was like being there with everything to scale as well. Definitely, opens your eyes and helps you understand what it was like back then with these super unique ways of architecture that you don't really find too often nowadays. So I will just let the rest of the video play out. Enjoy. And lastly, I decided to include some screenshots doing a side-by-side comparison. These screenshots are straight taken from Unreal 5, and I just decided to put them next to the two of the better quality reference images I was able to find. I thought it would be a good idea just because those were some of the better reference images I was able to find, and comparing them in Unreal 5 definitely gives a bit of an eye-opening look on it. So that will be it for my SIP past VR. Thank you.
Questions for Kevin? That's for you.
JD, I love it, dude. I've shared with you, I'm obsessed with architecture, and seeing this kind of come to fruition is fantastic. I want to know a little bit more about your typical processes, taking this into the headset, and then what are some things that you learned or you gravitated towards Unreal 5 that you can experience when doing Unreal 4 and traffic on?
So for the technical process, at least bringing it into the VR, it was actually a lot of like trial and error. It was the early access version of Unreal 5 that I was using, so things weren't like fully done yet. And I didn't want to like risk updating for the newest update in case like anything would break. So I definitely had to use a lot of resources in order to make sure that everything in VR was working. Because one of the main things was collisions, especially in VR. So if I was like missing a collision on the floor, I would just fall through, and that kind of scares you when you're in the headset because you're just walking and then you just drop and then you feel like you're falling. So that was definitely one of the main things, looking into collisions and how it affects and how it works in VR. Those were the main things. Awesome, thank you.
Professor Margaret?
He answered most of the questions. I was going to ask about the Unreal 5, like when you started using Unreal 5, and you said you were doing it before it was officially released. It was only just officially released recently. I was like, oh, you get all that done in that short period of time, whatever. But what made you want to go to 5 when you could have just kept going in 4?
The fact that in Unreal 5 there's a lot more geometry optimization, and my PC, one of the main things is that my PC is a little old, and pairing that with VR at the same time would definitely like bog it down. So I didn't want to be like lagging all over the place, and that was one thing that I slightly dealt with. But after making a bunch of the objects instances, it definitely helped reduce the lag. And Unreal 5 is just a lot more optimized, especially for older PCs, and then pairing that with VR, I was able to get a pretty smooth workflow going. So that's why I chose the 5 over 4. Nice.
Professor Anderson?
I'm glad you took the time to I'd like to ask you, I'm also a huge fan of architecture, different cultures, and architecture, and I'm also a huge fan of the thought of fully immersive environments no longer exist and learning the history there. So tell us a little bit, if you do have plans, in addition to
Yeah, so I definitely want to try to do something that's more true to the era that it was in. So like maybe have like some music that was going around during that day, or maybe have like posters up of like an upcoming play that was done within that theater. It was in Berlin, so I would have to figure out the whole language barrier and figure things out to that. But I definitely want to add just things to bring immortalize it, as like posters of upcoming shows or like music in the background that would be in Berlin during that era, as well as just kind of like interactables that I think it would be cool. But that would definitely take a lot more time in coding. But I'm definitely looking into that.
So one follow-up question. Can you actually pronounce the name of the theater yet?
I kind of did in the video, but I think I messed up on the last part.
Don't put me on the spot.
It's Gross's Scheibenhaus. So that's the best I could get. I sat maybe for like 10 minutes rehearsing it over and over again because like, I know someone's gonna ask me about it. It means the great theater. Yeah, I think I got it down.
Professor Prater?
So, a couple things. First, Gross's means the large. And then I wasn't sure the first section, but the Spielhaus means a playhouse, a house where plays are performed. As far as you're going from and to being in Berlin in the 20s, the music is fantastic. There's so much that you can do with that. Going from the black and white photos to obviously a color rendition. Did you choose those colors to go to? Because it looks like it uses brown tones or muted tones versus going from the stark black and white. Did you choose those tones or did it choose those tones? And if it chose those tones or you did, why did you choose those tones instead of just keeping it black?
So I chose kind of my own tones, just kind of based on the images. I felt like during that time, sort of like browns were kind of like tan tones were kind of the better choice of color tones within theaters. And just kind of based off the black and white, I feel like it would fit it better. Just because from there I could kind of like change it if I needed to, so if I wanted to maybe change like a brown to maybe like a more light blue, I could definitely change something like that. But I just felt like browns and tans work well with each other, and in architecture, they want to make sure that everything fits well. So I felt like those went well together.
Raymond?
Was there any other settings you were considering for this project?
There was at first. I can't remember exactly, but I know my idea at first was I was gonna make multiple environments because it passed VR, so I would want to be like multiple different levels rather than just one. But I don't really have any like solid ones in mind.
Question?
So to kind of bounce off that, so the one structure you have you thought about making like different variations in time of that building, like throughout time it's different, like 16 or whatever, stuff like that?
No, actually, I didn't think about that. A lot of the references that I did have do kind of, I guess, like different eras. Like there's the ones where like the building's completely intact, but there's also one where it's like in the process of being torn down, and there's one where it's like pretty much completely torn down. Like, the ceiling's collapsing and like pillars are knocked over and stuff. But that isn't something that I thought of, but I am thinking about it now. So.
Any other questions? I do have a comment for you, Kevin. There's a lot of like resurgence in like 2022 renditions of performances of the past. And right now in-game advertising is huge and potentially can be a great place to advertise. So even within the VR experience, there could be like a new production of an old performance that could be advertised within the VR experience, helping you to create revenue to add those features. So that way you can make the VR experience even more immersive. So it's something to think about.
Metaverse is pretty big right now with like, there's a lot of environment artists that are like selling art assets within that. Just like some companies will commission artists to like 3D model a building or something, and then they'll like advertise their stuff within the metaverse. So that is something that I do want to look into because it has something that's crossed my mind. So.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Well done. Next up, we have Garrett Mathis, who's a game art and animation major for his SIP title, Fire Control Simulator.
Hi, I'm Garrett, and I'm majoring in game art and animation and would like to introduce you to Fire Control Simulator, a game created with the intention of teaching players about fire safety. The project was inspired by the devastating events of the Australia wildfires in 2019. The fires were massive and caused mass destruction to wildlife and many homes. While many fires are caused through natural means, many still are from causes of human negligence or failure to react in fire hazard scenarios. Areas are getting drier and more vulnerable to hazardous fire conditions, and I felt compelled to start a project that will help teach individuals on how to respond when presented in a fire scenario where they need to respond accordingly. So the innovation of this project is to create a spreading particle system that responds to player action and input. The game, Fire Control Simulator, is designed where fire particles will generate upon level start and then begin to spread to other objects in the level. The player is tasked with extinguishing the fire using the resources they have available to them. While some interactable objects are designed to extinguish the flames, there are others still that will make the flames more volatile. The player will then decide through cause and effect, as well as through tips and hints, the best method to contain and extinguish the flames. If the player is successful, they will unlock information about the fire scenario that they were involved in. Information such as the type of fire they experienced, as well as tips on how to put out these types of fires in the future. The goal of the game is to teach the audience how to gain the knowledge and the confidence to respond appropriately should they find themselves having to address a fire hazard scenario. The simulation is designed so that the player can make intentional mistakes and learn from them without generating real consequences, so that should a real situation arise, they have the knowledge and the confidence to tackle it before it spirals out of control. Situations where individuals poorly respond or make mistakes when dealing with a fire hazard can make an already out of control situation far worse, leading to disastrous outcomes to property, nature, and life. Fire Control Simulator hopes to reduce these disasters.
Questions for Garrett? Professor Prater?
So real quick on the play, it's really cool. I like the effect. I like the idea. When you fired the fire extinguisher and it let forth the plume, I noticed that the plume was still attached to the fire extinguisher. When you moved, the plume moved with you, and it didn't stay where it was launched. Like it was still attached to the fire extinguisher. Did the effect stay with the fire extinguisher too, or did that effect when you sprayed it, the extinguishing effect of the foam or whatever, did that stay on the counter, or did that move with the fire extinguisher, much like the visual plume did?
Without it's designed right now, yes, it does follow along with the fire extinguisher. It is currently attached to the fire extinguisher. This is one of my first major Unreal projects, so I was learning a lot about the particle system. So at the moment, yes, most of the particles are attached to the fire extinguisher, and that is one of the things I'm learning on how to attach.
Raven?
I like to play on this. Usually when you think of like a simulator type game, you burn everything or break it. So, what made you go the learning route for learning how to control fire instead of doing fire like a random?
Well, as I said, at the time when I started this project, the Australia wildfires were very prominent in the news a lot. It was a very destructive, and I thought that this would be a great way to come up with a way to help teach people to be more aware of fire hazards, particularly since we live in a very dry area. And it also helped that during the week I was getting inspiration, there were 3 fire incidents that happened around my house involving our lawn catching on fire, our neighbor's car catching on fire, and our oven catching on fire, all within the same week, and we did not yet have a fire extinguisher. So that was kind of an inspiration enough to kind of make me want to figure out a way to help teach people to prepare and be ready for fire scenarios.
Professor Anderson?
So springboarding off of that. Have you researched other ways of putting out fires? How would that change the way that you are creating or layering the particle system?
Yes, I'm learning. I researched some ways of attacking fire. Like obviously, you don't want to use water on a grease fire because that would cause the fire and hot oil to splash all around. And things like such as flour is highly combustible, so you don't want to throw flour on a fire that would just give you a huge explosion. But baking soda actually works with putting out fire and limiting the spread. So I've been researching various objects that I can include. So if I was to create a level that the fire extinguisher happened to not be available to the player would have to try to find a substitute for the fire extinguisher.
And just a quick follow-up question, how would you vary the emissions or the visual aspects of your particle system in order to portray the growth of fire and the reduction of fire?
I think I'll probably try to alter the spawn rate and the spawn size of the fire. I'm still learning a lot about the particle system, truthfully. So I'm not quite. I'm still figuring out a lot of the program mechanics of it before I get to the visuals.
Professor Margaret?
Say, putting out fires, a day in the life of UAT faculty. So have you done any play testing with this? Now that you've got it out, have you tried to let people play it and see what their reactions are, if they are in fact learning anything from it?
Not yet. The game is mostly in alpha state right now. I don't have a win condition set completely. Most of that has to do with some issues I'm having with the fire particle programming side of it. I've been learning a lot about the programming side and how difficult it is for an art student to learn on the fly about programming by itself. But since the game's not in a good state where I have a great start and a finishing product, but I was considering seeing if I could convince game studio students or even the IGBA group to maybe play test my game and I get to a more complete state.
Sounds good.
Professor Perrin?
I really like the idea, and I was wondering if you've ever thought about like to expand this to different environments. Like I see you have this kitchen environment, which is great for like the average family. But I know when I was in my lab and I was going through my training, we had extensive fire safety training where we went over like all the types. So maybe you can have like a lab setting, I don't know, a kitchen, like a cafe kitchen type thing. Is that something you've ever thought about?
Well needed.
Don't like
Yes, actually, I did consider multiple environments and environments which will produce different scenarios that would probably be like levels of difficulty. I think by itself, I'm not sure if I would expand on this scope too much just because it's probably too much for one individual. But I had ideas of like even like having like a campground setting where you have to try to put that out of fire at a campground. I could probably use a laboratory. I even consider like maybe a hard mode where your Christmas tree in your living room caught fire. So I considered expanding upon levels, but having done what I've done so far in this project, I realized that it might be a little out of scope for me to do by myself. So I may have to get individuals to help me out if I was to expand that far.
I got one more real quick, just to, if you talked about going to different things besides a fire extinguisher. If you made one a blanket, like a whipping blanket to smother it, that stays with the person. So then you can use the same background, and then when you move, the blanket moves with you. So then you wouldn't have this disconnect that you need for the fire extinguisher. So that would work perfect if you just had a blanket animation of it whipping the fire or something like that, and then kept the same background stuff, kept the same action.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
Any other questions for Garrett? All right, thank you very much, Garrett. Well done. Next up, we have Adam Price, Game Art and Animation major with his SIP title Spectrum.
Hello, my name is Adam Price, and welcome to the Spectrum. My major is game art and animation, and this is my SIP project. Spectrum shall be a stop-motion fighting game. My first prototype is Riley Midnight, a magical living doll. His father and mother made him through the love of magic and science. His father an alchemist, and his mother a fairy witch. He has some similarities to the Pinocchio story. However, Riley's gifted with animancy magic. Animancy magic is life magic, which allows Riley to grant life to his creations, such as Miko the Ninja Barbie. Riley grew up in the fairy realm, and he is new to the human world. He has heard so many stories from his mother about the human realm, and he's curious to see what is out there. Let's help him start this journey. In order to start a stop-motion project, you're going to need a puppet armature. Puppet armature needs to perform two main functions. It allows to move the puppet in ways it needs to. For a humanoid character, this involves bending the elbows and knees and rotating at the shoulder and hips. It is important to make sure the puppet does not move while it is in position. You don't want to be in the middle of a shoot where several minutes can pass between each shot and have the puppet slowly drooping between each one. A solution to this is applying Permatex Thread Locker Blue in the joints of the armature. It's a blue glue that isn't permanent but helps tighten the joints from being loose. I'm also using a ball socket armature which helps keeps the skeleton to be sturdy while doing movements. You can try doing aluminum wire, but the more you bend it, the higher chance it will break over time. A ball socket armature is just a stronger body. I created a stop-motion table. Its purpose is to help keep the puppet armature in place while I'm changing its position in each shot. The table is magnetized and has holes in it. The holes function allow me to screw the puppet's feet in place. Another option is that I can add magnets to the puppet's feet and will be magnetized to the surface of the stop-motion table. The stop-motion table is made from wood I got from Home Depot and was cut into like 3 pieces or so. I used a metal sheet that I've found around my house. I had to sand down each piece and create openings for me to make adjustments when I'm working between each shot. I spray painted it with a nice metal coating. However, for sets and backgrounds, the stop-motion table will be covered with something else. In order to grant some life to my prototype of Riley, I created a pattern with some napkins and fabric to make Riley some muscle, so he isn't just skin and bones. I cut out his muscle pieces into foam for his torso, chest, pelvic, neck, and his thighs. Each piece of the portion of his body was made into 2 pieces, for the front and back. By connecting the foam to the ball socket armature, I hand-stitched each. To add more volume to the muscle, I cut out more parts of foam and hot glued it on top of the existing foam. Even though this is a prototype, I still don't want his green muscle to be showing, so I decided to create a layer of skin that is hand-stitched on top of the foam parts. I used a light cream, minky fabric to make him look soft and cute. Lots of puppet makers create the puppet's head into several parts in order to allow seamless face expressions. They separate the eyeballs and the mouth from the face skin on top. They create a face mask to be removable, so that way they can move the eyes and change the mouth to create new expressions. However, for Riley.1, he'll just have one expression. I hand-stitched a stuffed blank plush head that is connected to the neck. For his outfit, I had some extra doll clothes around my storage. I wanted to recreate his original outfit, but the final version of Riley will be a bit bigger. For Riley's .1's face, I used pastels, Copic, Prisma markers, acrylics, and watercolor pencils to draw and paint his face onto the fabric's head. I designed his temporary outfit to be somewhat close to his original design. He likes to dress a little bit childish with a magician-themed look. He's quirky, silly, a little anxious, but super passionate in the things he loves. Riley likes to wear oversized sleeves as a part of his combat, and this is where he hides his hidden creations in those sleeves. Just like a magician, he can be like, what's in my sleeve? Riley's fighting stance is meant to look like he's dancing, but also like if he was moving like a rag doll. He's the type of character you underestimate, and he's full of surprises. I did a real life reference of his fighting stance. Another reason Riley moves a lot in his fighting stance is because he's stimming. It's a symptom of autism. Autistic people of any age may stim occasionally or constantly in response to emotions. They may also stim during times when they're feeling overwhelmed. Riley's on the spectrum, and so am I. I have other characters who are unique in their own way, and they represent different diversities, just like a spectrum of colors. Eventually, they will be made into armatures as well to join in Riley's world. His world is like a fairy tale, but with a monster narrative to it. After finishing Riley Point 1, it is time for the photo shoot. It's important to have good lighting and good staging area. Any movement Riley needs to be made needs to be shot by the camera frame by frame to make it smoothly as possible. I'm still learning though, but it takes lots of patience and devotion. Here's a little bit of Riley's idle animation. This was about 43 shots and some editing in Adobe After Effects and Photoshop. As you can see, he's dancing and giving us a little wave, and he's saying, bye, have a good time. But overall, this is my SIP showcase of the Spectrum. Thank you for watching, and if you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask.
Questions for Adam? Professor Hellinger.
It's like a comment. I've seen hundreds, possibly thousands of these presentations, and that was the funnest one I think I've ever watched. I love that, the animations and all that. So well done.
Dr. Koch?
So an observation, wow, the detail in the build, in the development, and the creation, and the reworking, the design, wow, applications, all that. For anybody who's not built something like that, really fantastic. When you have this project in the US 200 class, I didn't see it like the way you showed it here today, so that's fantastic. My question is, maybe I missed it at the beginning, I'm not sure. What's the innovation behind, besides the fact that of course it's extremely unique, therefore probably hasn't been done, but do you have a specific stated innovation?
Innovation claim is bringing two art mediums together that hasn't been explored enough. So there's not really much video games that are with stop motion. So, and I just thought, like, when playing that fighting game, I always imagined that it would be cool to just feel like they were there. Like, obviously, we have games that are super realistic motion capture, but there's some kids out there who kind of rush, they just play with their imagination, what their toys like if they're fighting together. So it just kind of brings it all together.
Congratulations. I'm curious what's going on in that brain. Creative.
Professor Anderson?
Adam, well done. This is a dying art movement right now, the presentation of dying art, stop motion animation, I've known one, actually two, one who has attempted to combine stop motion with games in the past 40 years. So that's how rare this is. You've done it with the construction of your dolls, which is really, really unique gift that you have. So I just thank you for all your hard work. And my question is, what's in the box? Oh. I just brought him.
Aww.
Yeah, so, and you can see, and all of this is removable too, by the way, so nothing's permanent, as you can see, that's what it's like. It's all metal.
Just a little bit of background on me. It's stop motion is frame by frame, and traditional animation drawing frame by frame, and it's so labor intensive that it takes just a tremendous amount of time to not only create what you created, but also just to be able to document the movement of your character. So congratulations. Well done. I was hoping you'd show your first animation too.
The first one was just skeleton, his bones. I wanted to, that one's still
First Portillo?
Yeah, fantastic presentation, Adam. I'm always like huge fan of taking this through, the concept of completion phase, especially with something like this. I love stop motion. And even I have fun over or like family over Tim Burton and all the stuff that he does, right? So it's good to see you kind of be inspired by that and that into kind of project. The question is stop motion, particularly when you're trying to lay everything out, close by close, frame by frame. You need to make sure you execute on lighting. What are the things that you learned in regards to, finding your platform of what you want your character to do? And what are some things you did after that you mentioned and help bring up some of that shade?
So for to set up the lighting, I use they're called Robotics lights, and there was like 3 of them, and it's really tricky because the shadows casting, and but what I did is that first actually brought each, there's like 43 images. I went through all of them in Photoshop and kind of made sure they all, I control the brightness and the levels to make sure they all match. It wasn't 100%, but just close enough in a way. But that's how I did that. And then when I bring it to After Effects, you kind of have to like actually learn in class the 2D sprite animation. You move the frame by frame, like you control how fast each is going. And there's some mistakes, you kind of blend them together so you won't see it.
How much feedback you have? So you go through the process of sketching out your character, you're actually building it, right? Then you clear into this platform where you kind of take the images of it. You got to edit those images. You got to put them in regular timelines. Holy crap, what do you find this time?
It's a lot of fun. I think it's fun.
It's incredible.
You just get attached to them, and it's just cool to somehow bring them to life.
Great answer. Love it.
Question back there?
Just a comment, it's incredible voicing characters that like you can like follow them and your attention to detail and saying like you want to do all process of creating your characters and bringing them to life. It's really incredible.
Thank you. Raylan?
Along with the fighting part, are there any plans to move that part forward? I know the fighting along with stop
The style of the fighting game, I want it to be a platformer, like Smash Bros. Because I want to make sure fighting is not too challenging, but challenging enough. Also, bring in new people to fighting games also. So, especially the fact that the toy theme, you like a kid or even though it has a lot of my themes are kind of more adult, I would like that I chose platformer because the freedom of movement. So I want to do that, and I have more characters already. I didn't show them, but they're not fully. I'm still fixing them up, but yeah. So I want a whole roster, great storytelling, and it's not just the fighting game. It's all these characters, how unique they are, and all the struggles they deal with. And I was trying to choose what we can relate to society, but not everyone's going to find that perfect one, but hopefully someone will connect with them as characters and you find some comfort in it.
Awesome job. That was really creative. I have 2 questions for you. I saw the cat come in. Are we going to take the cat and do something? The cat?
That was Samson. He follows me everywhere when I'm making stuff. I have a little tree thing. He sits with me. So cat tree. But there is a cat character you saw, and I actually want to make him into a character. But he would be hanging out with him probably.
So my second question is, when you create your characters, you give them types of personalities maybe, do you have one that you're designing, you have designed it's your alter ego?
He would be my alter ego. He's making things as I'm making things, but we're a little different in some ways. I'm more
flesh and bones. He's born in a different world. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Dr. Singleton. Thank you, Adam. Well done. Great job. Next up, we have Emily Chemesky, Game Art and Animation major with the Madness Project.
Hello, my name is Emily and I'm presenting the Madness Project. Before we get started, I have a few things to go over. But first, let's play a game. Think about what you see here. There's nothing actually here besides an ink blot. Although some people may feel as if they see something within this image, such as 2 elephants dancing or 2 bears high-fiving, but they don't actually exist. All it is a smear of ink on a page. What we see is a false recognition of a pattern in a phenomenon known as pareidolia, which is defined as the false perception of visual patterns within our surroundings. This phenomenon can apply to things such as images in clouds, faces in trees or other objects, and mistaking silhouettes for other things. This project uses pareidolia, paranoia, and hallucinations as tools to create a seamlessly shifting environment based on the character's state of mind. This project was inspired by Madness in Our Hearts, a game that was introduced to UAT Game Studios a few years back by Christian Visi. The Madness Project was created to expand the environmental storytelling of Madness in Our Hearts. I enlisted the help of Lindsay Boggs, a UAT Game Art, Animation, and Design graduate, and Christian Visi, a fellow Game Art and Animation student and the creator for the original inspiration for the project. The aim for the demo was to feature 2 states, as well as visuals that accompanied the shift in the environment itself. Once we implemented that, we could add other aspects that tied into other fields which would really lift the concept further, such as audio mixing, UI, and post-processing effects. The environment would be a key part of this project. I wanted the environment to really capture the contrast between the 2 states of mind. And in the instance of this project, my 2 states of mind would be sane and insane. The environment had to be a bit spooky naturally, while also allowing for it to progress to something that reflected the insane state of mind. Once we had the environment created, it was time to get onto the programming part of the project. For this next stage in development, Lindsay and I discussed the possibilities. I don't know a lot about programming, so I had a lot of questions about what was and wasn't possible. Such possibilities included using light sources to create an illusion with the shadows when aligned, orienting the camera around objects to see an image which otherwise isn't visible, which is a technique that some games use to solve puzzles, using animations to change the form of objects in the environment, and using other small ambient aspects to tie it all in. Once we had these ideas, we had to figure out how to visually represent them in the project. We also had to figure out how we wanted to control the shift in the environment, whether it be with the camera movement over time or through another process. We wanted to take rain and shift it to be more bloody. We wanted to take fireflies and shift them into eyes. And we also wanted to create a tree, which would get more monstrous as time went on. From here, my focus was on the particles and acting as support in any way that I could. Lindsay has been at the forefront of the Sanity Manager's programming and design. For every asset we implement, she's able to tie it directly to the Sanity Manager. And Christian worked with the tree model to both rig and animate it. He's also acted as our support for when we can't quite figure out a problem. And so, after several semesters of work on the concept, environment creation, and figuring out the programming side of the project, we finally finished a functional demo for an environment which seamlessly changes according to your character's mental state. Once again, I'm Emily, and I presented the Madness Project, where the environment shifts seamlessly according to your character's mental state, and where your mind is your biggest enemy. Thank you.
Question for Emily. Professor Anderson?
Beautiful done. know that you've been working on projects like this for years, and it really has come through with this new, such a sense of the face-to-face
I was just kind of wondering what the big like trigger was to go from insane to sane. Cause I thought it was so well done how the character looked in the sky and then looked right back down, like monster tree. But what was the trigger? Was it the thunder? Was it just random?
So the trigger, the thunder actually has a sort of audio cell. So when it started to pick up in the transition, maybe when you first start to actually notice it, because it's a seamless transition. So there's not going to be an actual tell until you actually start to notice that something's wrong. Our loop for the demo was essentially being restless. So once you become restless, whether through the lack of sleep, you start to get paranoid. Through paranoia, you start to hallucinate, and as you hallucinate, you start to lose sanity and become insane. So the bright site acts as the reverse effects for the trigger to reverse said insanity level, so that it brings you back down to the normal state of mind and kind of calms you down.
That's awesome. Great job.
Other questions for Emily? Professor Margaret?
How have I not seen this?
I was keeping it from you.
I was gonna say, like, I see her like, like at least 2 or 3 times a week for years. I've been talking to you, and I've missed this. I've seen the environment. You know, you worked on that in my class. Amazing stuff's amazing. Are you continuing to take this project somewhere? Because I know this was a game that you guys worked on a while ago, but I don't know if you're still doing something else with it, or just kind of polishing it off just for a sip. What is your plans for this whole idea here?
So Madison of Arts, Christian and I are going to be reworking it a little bit. He's actually still working on it right now, so I haven't seen what he's done with it. But I was hoping to hopefully take this and kind of adapt it a little bit to what he wants to do, and talk about it a little bit. So we want to put it into Madison of Arts.
Awesome.
Which is a whole other project on its own.
Professor Portier?
Yeah, great presentation. What we've been doing, Emily. I know with Madness of the Arts, originally you guys wanted to do different mental states. You know, just from like saying going from insane with a lot more that was listed there. Now that you mentioned that you're planning on resurfacing that project, what are some of those different mental states you want to introduce to the project, and how do you think we should think that?
So Christian wanted to take mental illness and really kind of expand on it in the project. So whether it be depression, anxiety, they're more serious topics that we can really put into studio, because we have certain guidelines we have to follow.
Right.
But we wanted to expand on it, and we want to kind of cater the visuals and the environment to fit those more accurately as to how they would be interpreted by those mental illnesses or struggles.
All that can be done through just like your UI states and audio. So
Yeah.
extra. Take a look at that. I'm pleased to hear that you're.
I'm crazy about horror games. This looks super awesome. Did you have any other ideas for like some other things in the environment that would make that we did talk about it. We wanted to do more audio mixing. We wanted to have a wind vane on top of the barn where the wind would slowly shift into a stream, or a stream that you could possibly hear, but not quite. So you would actually question if it was there or not. We also wanted to have more dynamic weather systems so that the rain would be there entirely, like all the time. So it would fade in and then it would get white and then it would get more intense, which is what the audio is simulating in the presentation, is trying to simulate that intensity that we wanted to get. Another thing we wanted is we wanted to bring back the Hellhound from Madness. We wanted to bring him in and we wanted to have him lurking in the shadows. We wanted to have him kind of there, but also not really. We were kind of toying around with the idea of possibly having a jump scare, which we really would have liked to have come in, but we were very pressed for time, so we didn't have him, unfortunately. But we would have loved to see all this stuff, and I feel like that would have given it just the extra edge. But I think we covered most of our bases with what we did accomplish. I'm pretty proud of it.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Emily. Oh, there was one more? Okay. No? Okay. Thank you very much, Emily. Well done. Next up, we have Raul Montes, who's a game art and animation and game design major for Vocal Combat.
Hey everyone, my name is Raul Montes, currently majoring in game design and game art and animation. Today I am highlighting my SIP project named Vocal Combat, a game where the player uses their microphone to input specific commands at certain volume levels to drive combat dynamics. This is all built in the Unity game engine, with a tool made by a user named Mark Dweesters called Mic Control 3. With introductions out of the way, let me show you how my SIP works. Sleep. As you can see here, the enemy has fallen asleep. The certain condition for this ability to be met is for you to be a little bit more quieter, since that would make a lot more sense to be a bit quieter than being too loud to put someone to sleep. Sleep. As you can see here, this is what happens when you become a little too loud. The ability doesn't take effect, and the game will warn you that you're being a little too loud to actually activate said ability. Now let us look at the other ability. Stun. Stun. As you saw there, the number is a lot more higher, and it took a bit for it to actually take effect. This is the paralysis ability. It's the complete opposite of the sleep ability, where you have to be a lot more louder into the mic to a certain extent to actually paralyze the enemies around you. Within the game, the character itself will actually scream to use that ability. Because of this, the cooldown is a lot more longer than it is on the sleep ability. Here I'll quickly explain the code and how it works. First we see there's a keyword recognizer variable. This is used to store strings to be able to use as commands for the microphone. To be able to use the ability with a keyword, I use the dictionary, which holds a string and an action. In this case, the action will be a function. So whenever you start the keyword recognizer in the game, it will start searching for a keyword that is being said towards the microphone. And with that keyword is attached the function, which is the ability. So you may ask, where does Mic Control 3 come in? Well, it comes in with simplifying the math of the decibel input from the player itself. All I have to do is get the average from the loudness of the player's input and be able to use that as a condition for the if statements in the ability. Looking at the if statements, there's two conditions that should be met. One of them is that the ability should not be in cooldown, and the other condition is a certain maximum or minimum amount that the player should be loud to actually activate said ability. So with each ability there's an area of effect. It's a radius revolving around the character itself that affect anybody who's within the radius, and that is how the ability is activated to actually affect multiple enemies at once. This is Vulcan Combat in all its glory. Thank you so much for having me in the presentation, and I have a few special thanks to a few classmates of mine. Lindsay, Alec, and Taylor have helped me make this SIP possible with the programming side to it, and also my SMEs with critiquing the process of my SIP. Thank you all so much, and have a wonderful day.
Questions for Raul? Professor Markley.
So I know you've gone through a lot of evolution of ideas to get to this point. Can you kind of speak on that, how you eventually kind of nailed down onto this particular innovation?
I had to do a lot of searching around. So with some of the critiques that I was presenting by other SIPs, they present like the Skyrim connect command affecting, where you say the dragon, the shout itself to activate the command. So I thought of combining that with how loud you are would work out, and I had just been researching how to do that with evening, and my friend Alec told me to look for tools that would help with that, because I would have to go through the whole path of getting the decibels from the microphone. So I found it sort of made it simpler for me, and kind of combining that with the natural keyword recognizing those very easy, and use the two together to make what I mean.
Clearly, I could not put anything to sleep in that game. You have to be quiet. But no, it was awesome. I saw that whole progress, right? As you had other ideas, you kind of went through them, you kept working them, and I think you finally hit on something, pretty awesome, getting that innovation figured out. So I know the work that you went through. So sometimes the perspective of the SMEs, it's a lot more interesting to see you up here than everybody else who didn't see all the work that you put in getting up here. And then this is like the second SIP in a row I saw Lindsay's name. Lindsay Boggs mentioned she's helping out everybody else's SIPs too. But that's awesome for her too. But yeah, good job, Raul.
Any other questions for Raul? Yes?
Do you have any game ideas for like implementing or something? I was thinking like wild voice activation.
Mobile would sound interesting. Those so far, probably mechanics wise, I could put it within puzzles to make it more interactable in a sense. So like moving things or being able to activate certain items. And just that.
Alec?
Awesome project. So the concept of using the microphone as like a game mechanic is a very rare thing to see, and probably even fewer tutorials about the concept itself. So what I want to know is kind of like describe how you kind of overcame that challenge of like figuring out how to program a microphone into a game mechanic.
You started with like tutorial I could see. They only highlighted the first part of like the keyword recognizing everything like that. So I try to see how this works, how to like move around the commands, and just kind of building it more with trying to see what else can be done with the command word, and trying it out. It's a lot of experimenting.
Raymond?
It's probably easy, but do you have any other functions for the sound besides defense stuff?
With the prototype, no, but probably down the line, add more to it. So it's help.
Oh, that was like, yeah, that's kind of like just any future ones that you want.
Probably more of a curry, breaking it down, about this, that would help boost the player. Just creating the coming back, find back as one. Who does have
Just a quick comment that popped in my head too is for applications in different games. I think you have a wonderful system here that could be used like a speech therapy or something. You can get it the other way where like maybe they say a word and you can give this to kids and they're playing a game, but also trying to learn how to talk because I know that's definitely a big problem among some younger kids. So yeah, so one of your possible.
Professor Understood?
Well, I would never win a game against Mark, but I didn't have a way of amplifying that.
What?
Have you thought over different ways of synthesizing and amplifying?
I was thinking so, like within the settings to kind of adjust the sensitivity of the microphone, just in case people aren't as loud or don't want to be too loud, just in case you just have sensitivity. I know that can be done with the band, just getting the sensitivity of the mic and changing and having different rules. So good.
I don't have a mark with those where it's all the way
All right, thank you very much, Raul. Great job. Next, we have a game design online student who I believe is present via Zoom, Gloria Castillo, with her project Dimensions.
Hello, my name is Gloria Castillo. I'm with the University of Advancing Technology, and this is my student innovation project, Dimensions. Here to the right, you can see a GIF of how the game should work. So, what is Dimensions? Dimensions is more of a two-player puzzle game where both players have to work together in order to advance through the levels, and a major goal that I'm wanting to do is add a feature where both players don't have to be online at the same time. For example, one player can log in, advance as far as they can, and the other player, and then save and log off, and the other player can log in at a different time, and then they can continue as far as they can. The reason I made Dimensions is because I wanted to play with a friend who lives across the country. Time zones made it really hard to be able to get a schedule together so we could actually sit down and play. And I was thinking, what if you didn't both have to be online at the same time in order to play the game? So the current progress I've done on Dimensions is shown here to the right. All the base mechanics are completed, or at least functional. They work. They're not the greatest, but they do work. Split screen multiplayer setup. I have a save system in place thanks to Rami's save system. Great plugin. Would recommend it. And so far, everything seems functional. So my current issues is setting up that online multiplayer so that both players can get online and save the progress. I did find a plugin that could help me. It's called Multiplayer with Blueprints because all I know is Blueprints right now with Unreal. C++ is a little out of my knowledge at the moment. I don't know how to set up multiplayer or online play at all, but I've gotten pretty far with my game right now, so I'm pretty sure I could work it out. So from here, I want to continue to work on Dimensions and polish up the game a little more, make sure that the mechanics are fluid and a little more than functional so it runs smoother. And I need to research how to get multiplayer working on Dimensions, which, again, I'm not 100% sure if I can do it via Blueprints. but I'm definitely going to try. And I'm also wanting to add some more art assets, or at least make the game a little prettier if time permits for it. Thank you for listening in.
Gloria, are you joining us via Zoom?
Yes, I am here.
Welcome. Any questions or comments for Gloria? Professor Marquette?
Gloria, yeah, this is Professor Marquette. Yeah, I graded your portfolio and I was talking about how I loved your art, and especially how you did that little intro showing off what the game could be. I love that kind of stuff. Just wanted to make that as a comment. But as far as the question goes, with the multiplayer idea, if you consider it being more of a MMO, like a massively multiplayer, where instead of it's just two people playing, maybe there's a bunch of people, and the whole point is to set people up through multiple time zones so that you have more things to do or multiple puzzles. Have you thought more through that, or is it just this idea of a two-player experience?
Thank you for the question. I actually hadn't thought much of making it into a bigger MMO style. It was more meant for two players, something that could give some help like in communications. It could have like a secondary objective of kind of making people have to work together in order to further the game.
Well, you think this is more of a PC kind of thing, or mobile, or both?
I made it with the intention of keeping it on PC. I don't know how well it would go into mobile.
I mean, with the current tech, it might be a little difficult how you're trying to figure it out, but ultimately, I think it would make sense for mobile if you considered that, because it's all about those short bursts of play time, right? So you play a little bit and then you go do something different. I think that makes sense in regard to the type of game, and because everyone has a phone, you can get more people involved with that. So I think that would make sense. If you do intend on taking this any further, I think that's a place to explore.
Okay, yeah, definitely. And now that you say that, I can definitely see going through with that, since intentionally it's supposed to be played with where one player can get on and further it along as far as they can go, and they can log off and the next player can get on and continue it on.
Awesome.
Any other questions for Gloria? Thank you very much, Gloria, for joining us.
All right, yeah, thank you.
So this concludes the game art, game programming, game design portion of our Student Innovation Project Showcase. We have 3 more presentations from our Robotics and Embedded Systems and Digital Maker and Fabrication. All 3 students are online students, so we'll be open for comments. Next up, we have Kenneth Carr, who's a robotics major with his inboard energy manager.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Carr, and this is my inboard energy manager. Did you know your boat only gets half to 5 miles per gallon? What if your car got 20 less miles per gallon as it does today? Did you know any longtime boat owners will tell you boat stands for bust out another 1,000 because of the number of times the boat leaves them stranded? Did you know a lot of expensive damage occurs in no-wake zones in shallow water because the prop is near damaging obstructions? Did you know troubled boats get abandoned and litter lakes because it's thousands just to get it back to the marina and repaired? Did you know you can prevent and save lots of money with an inboard hybrid system upgrade? The Inboard Energy Manager leverages modern hybrid technology to make old boats reliable for longer. The innovation was inspired by the idea that old boats could be efficient like new boats without spending tens of thousands of dollars on a new boat. Electric is ideal for no-wake zones because the shallow water is where damage occurs to props. The constant banging of gears while burning lots of fuel at idle, while trying to avoid hitting other boats waiting to get in or out of dock, is what causes the most drivetrain wear on the boat. Electric motors don't have gears to bang, and the prop is mounted above most obstructions, so no mechanical damage can occur while moving without burning any fuel. The system will not just take energy to run the electric motor from the engine's alternator at faster speeds. It will also take solar energy so the batteries can charge when floating at the dock or on the water to ensure power is always available. The innovation is in the magic box of software and controls that intelligently monitors and controls the system of electrical loads of the boat while running an auxiliary drive no-wake motor. The design takes a resourceful approach to the energy and pollution problem. Everyone is developing new hybrid and electric boats, which fixes the energy use problem but causes more manufacturing waste and abandoned boats that will further litter the environment. My design takes current technology that is readily available and repackages it into easy to install modular parts that quickly turns an old boat into a hybrid boat. My innovation solves the energy and environmental problem 80% of the way, 80% quicker, for 80% less cost. The high focus to make new high capital products like boats has led everyone to spend 80% more time for every 5% gain towards perfection. These high performance solutions are impressive, but make the solution not available to the masses, which makes my innovation a perfect solution for quick implementation for the masses to benefit. When the masses can benefit from 80% efficiency gain, then the environment wins by volume of implementation. Your AI mechanic will monitor your electrical system seamlessly to ensure you always have the power you need to get on the water with confidence. The AI mechanic will alert you of issues remotely so you aren't stranded on that beautiful summer day when you get on to the lake. Your AI mechanic will also adjust when issues come up to help you get back to the dock safely. The next step is to get the system further developed and working enough to install and test at full scale. The biggest lesson learned from this project to date is architecture between phone apps, IoT, and microcontrollers. I will continue to develop this product and start installing a minimum viable product onto a 1987 boat restoration project that's 19 feet long that was pulled out of a field as an abandoned boat. The first full-scale prototype will just charge the battery bank with energy from the alternator, manage the power to the electric no-wake motor, and monitor usage via a phone app. Once the full-scale system is working, I will start taking data and making enhancements appropriately. Thanks for listening and look forward to building the full-scale prototype.
Any comments for Kenneth? Professor Prater?
So I guess the first thing is, I don't remember which microprocessor is using which MCU, but I'm hoping he's using the SP32 because that has a lot of IoT applications, which would be really cool. Or you could go to the particle, what is it, the Xenon, which is a cellular enabled MCU. So you wouldn't even need a Wi-Fi to do it through cellular. So it's like, I don't know if he went which way he went with it. I know he must have gone some way because I graded it, but I don't remember what it is now.
So SP32 noted.
Okay.
Dr. Cook?
Well, so just an observation that I was building an old boat in a similar way. Well, I'm building the whole structure, blah, 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 and everything. So I just wanted to say that his innovation claim is accurate. Boats suffer damage in the way he described. Damage is extremely expensive and prohibitive. The average person can't afford a boat and often can't afford to repair a boat if it's been damaged. And I don't know the price of his innovation, but if it's realistic, he might actually have something that's marketizable. Yeah.
Nice. Professor Moore?
So I have two comments.
Yes.
The first is that I really wish I could have seen the finished prototype. I know that this was ironic. The second is I hope you built the business.
build a business out of
As
it.
he was just saying, like, this is something that is an underserved market. It's
Mhm.
going to make it happen.
All right, I hope you heard that, Kenneth. There's a lot of potential in the marketplace for your idea. All right, thank you very much. Next, we have Alfred Lay, robotics major, online student, and his SIP title is RoboCart.
Hi, my name is Alfred Lay, and today I would like to take this opportunity to introduce my student innovation project called RoboCart. Everyone knows that groceries can be quite a hassle. We need to do grocery shopping every week, and they could get quite heavy. Have you ever had a problem with carrying them? Maybe you had an injury or have some disabilities? Well, you're not alone. Over 61 million people, 2 in 5 elderly, have some type of disabilities. I want to alleviate the problem with carrying groceries with my RoboCart, a cart that can follow you around to carry your groceries for you. My goal for this project is to create a cart with wheels that can carry your items for you. What makes it different is that I want to program it in a way that allows it to follow you. For my prototype, I incorporated the parts from the Arduino robot kit with a cardboard to make a cart with wheels. I modified the code for Arduino IDE to make the sensor to scan the object in front of it and to follow and stop when it's too close to it. Here's a first video of testing my RoboCart. Looks like it's still just going straight, so I did some more tinkering with the code and improvise. Also some of the wirings. And now this demo of my RoboCart in action after I did tinkering with it. Demo for my RoboCart. I'm gonna try to make it follow an object. Put a couple of vitamins up there. Can be used as groceries. So here it goes. Alright, comes to me. So let's see. We can go backward. Okay, now it's following the box in front of it. Stays in place. And now I'm trying to make it to turn around. Alright, this way, to the left. Alright, something's on the way. Alright. Okay, it's good. Demo. I believe this innovation will have a competitive advantage because I have not seen this product sold anywhere yet. I believe Amazon is trying to design one, but it's not yet being used commercially. There's also a robotics pickup and delivery system, but it's not used for groceries. Target users can be anyone. They could be children, adults, or elderly. However, my target market will be mostly elderly. They have a hard time carrying groceries, let alone walking without guidance. My product is different from other products out there because there is not one robocart out there that can help you carry things around like groceries. I believe this product will be a game changer if I'm able to produce and sell them commercially. The product will be so innovative and will make the world for the better. Hope everyone enjoys my presentation. I had a great time creating my SIP and I'll do my best to find a real prototype and sell it in the market one day. My mission is to help people live a better life without the hassle of carrying around groceries. Thank you for your time.
Any comments for Alfred? Yes.
I think this is a cool idea. It's awesome that Alfred mentioned Amazon's doing this because I know Amazon's also planning on doing their whole grocery store where like there's sensors and you just pick it off and add it to your list and you just leave and it charges your Amazon account.
They have one of those in Seattle, right, or something like that.
Yeah. Or like they have like somewhere that you just get charged. But if you can combine that with this, I mean, man, you don't even have to walk to the grocery store. You pull up in your car, your little robot comes out with everything. You just go. So I think there's a lot of potential here.
I think it's ironic that he's using Amazon box as well.
I noticed that too. Professor Prater?
So the unique thing that I thought was unique about it is his method of following. He wanted to have this cart that would follow a person, but he wanted to make the sensor use as MVP as he could, as minimum viable product as he could. So he used the ultrasonic sensor, which is very robust. The ultrasonic sensors work forever. And the idea was to get something within the range of the sensor and to keep it within the range of the sensor, which is kind of a unique thought process. You know, instead of having some sort of tag or something like this way or that way, instead of just you wanted the cart wants to have something close but not too close and to stay close but not too close. So it's kind of a unique. I like the way you looked at that problem, coming to it from an MVP that's robust.
And a comment that I want to make for Alfred is something to consider is to make it more modular, so that way when the items are put into the cart itself, as it follows you to your car and you push open your trunk, that the top portion like lifts up and slides into the car. Because if they're hard of lifting heavy items, there's no use of all of it in one cart. How are you going to get that to your vehicle? So something to think about, Alfred, is the more modular component, so that way it's easier to repair the amount that the bottom portion of it needs to be maintained, and then the bottom portion the top portion just goes into the vehicle. So any other comments for Alfred?
I don't know about anybody else, but I found myself rooting for RoboCart to follow. It's like, you can go, little guy, you can do it.
Little train like
Yes. All right, thank you, Alfred. And last but certainly not least, we have our online robotics major, Raven Clark, with his home inventory manager.
Hello, my name is Raymond Clark, and I'm here to talk to you about the Home Inventory Manager. The Home Inventory Manager is about tracking inventory in your home. It'll have multiple mobile devices that can be installed anywhere throughout your house, on your pantry, on your refrigerator, freezer, whatever kind of inventory you want to take, and wherever you want to store it, these devices will be able to be placed there. You'll be able to have more than one device as well, so you can separate everything by where it's being stored instead of just one huge cluster of everything. This project aims to create a system in which multiple devices will help keep track of food inventory was the main thought. So you can control what is in your pantry and see what's in it when you're doing your shopping, as well as what's in the freezer and the fridge, or whatever else you want to track. The reason I feel there's a need for this device is because most of the time you see all these inventory systems that are made for commercial use strictly, but this one is more with a homeowner in mind, and it's also better than just the ones that go in your fridge because you'll be able to scan the products as you remove them and enter them into your system, and they'll all be separated by where location they're being stored in. Here's a basic picture of it. It'll be pretty small, so it should fit just about anywhere, and it'll have multiple different mounting type of apparatuses, whether you want to screw it into wood or if you want to put the magnets on there so it will be just magnetized onto a fridge or a freezer. The target audience for this will be mainly families, but businesses can use them as well for inventory as other things, although there are a lot of business oriented inventory management systems out there on the market today. Here's just one example. This is more of like a online app which would scan barcodes, and then you'll just have it like on your phone. In conclusion, the inventory management system is intended for homeowners. It's to make shopping a lot easier so that you don't have to go to each location every time you're trying to shop online to see whether you have grocery or items here or not. It should be all just be able to track just by scanning the item in each as you put it into each location. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Any comments for Raymond? Professor Prater?
So what I liked about it was this modular design for the scanner, where the scanner will scan barcodes and then keep track of what is where. That was kind of the unique thing, is it was specifically a scanner rather than using a cell phone like the other one was, and having it being very small, very compact, and very cheap to make, to be honest with you. With the cameras and things that are now for $5 or $10, you can get away with having something very easy, very cheap, that will, under $25, that they'll be able to handle data and record where it is. And if the kid breaks it, you just get another one for $20.
Any other comments for Raymond?
I could see a companion app, with it that would also, because we in our house buy a lot of food storage and stuff too. So it can let you know how much you have and how long that could typically last. So if you want to have 2-3 months of storage, it'll let you know also, well, you have this much. If you want to buy more, this is how much you would need for this, and so on and so forth. Or you can enter numbers in or things like that. Some sort of companion app that can go with the data that it's collecting. I think that could be pretty useful as well.
Any other comments? All right, thank you, Raymond. So this concludes the Student Innovation Project Showcase for Spring 2022. Thank you everyone for being here. Don't forget to go to Socrative so that way you can vote for viewer's choice. Enter the room name SIP voting when you go to Socrative.com so that way you can enter your preference. Again, thank you to everyone, and a big shout out to Professor Derek Clark for administrating Zoom on the back end. Thank you so much for all of your help. A big round of applause for Derek.
That's 30. Come on, that's 30.
Nice, we'll do a little high five.
Your head's so small.
So again, thank you everyone. I hope you enjoyed the show and get ready for next semester. Thanks again.
Awesome.